Hello, 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 dear friends. How are you? This is Rex Red. I am back with another Daz Studio tutorial. It says we have an excellent connection. So we shall see how this goes today. I have a few things that have kind of come up. One of them is that now my microphone seems awfully like a lot of noise. Can I bring this down a little closer? Not much. Okay. Let's see. If I turn this up and turn that down, I guess that's still good. All right, it sounds okay. The mic, I hope it sounds okay. I hope there's not much noise because I really love having the mic away from down here and having to talk into it. And so, okay, what we are doing today, and I am going to switch over on this computer to live chat because I found that top chat just doesn't always show when people are chatting. I mean, it's kind of what good is it, I guess, is a question that I ask now. All right, so what this tutorial today is going to be about, I'm going to try and focus it towards my subscribers and see if I just finished my dinner today, so I'm still trying to get past the digestion phase here. All right, so it's like, what do my subscribers want to learn about? And that's what this is. It's this isn't like learning Daz Studio like 101, like how you go to daz3d.com and you download Daz Studio and you install it, then you install the install manager. No, it's more like a question and answer kind of thing, a question and response kind of thing where my subscribers where I'm going to ask my subscribers. As you notice, my hands are kind of the same color as me now. Let's see, when they go this way, they get more, and that way they get kind of like my skin color. Now I have this Calvin thing that I can just kind of work at to keep my fingers about the same color as me. They should be the same color as me. They are attached to me. There we go. So yeah, what we're doing is, this is kind of until anybody comes into the scene, I guess. I mean, into our tutorial today. What we're going to do is just do something. So I'm going to look at recent installs and see that, you know, sometimes that's a way to kind of look and say, well, what have you recently installed that you might want to do some kind of tutorial on? And right now, I don't know. I guess we could just bring a figure into the scene. We've got Staves of Magic. So let's see. We have this fast fog and atmosphere Iray and the medieval city block and some new pants. And from these are for Genesis 8, but they'll work on the other figures. So let's find a, just already starting to have like a thing pop in my head. Castle. Let's look for a castle. The vampire castle. The skulls castle. Castle ruins. I think those would be kind of cool. And then we have this castle. this castle looks. Castle Creator for Daz Studio. Let's do this. Let's try it. Props. I don't want to make a whole castle. I think we have one already made, maybe. Yeah, who? Let's try this. Let's just see if it'll go into the scene, see what it looks like, see what kind of ground we gotta make. I don't think I clicked on it. Let's try again. There we go. All right. So things are working out. I right now am broadcasting this little picture down in the corner is 4K, and you might say, well, it's kind of like a waste, but you know, I can go full screen, which I have a black background right now. So it's kind of like nice to have that 4K there for my own image. Okay, what have we got here now? Let's take this castle and translate it. Z. Let's go out of Iray. Here and see if we can translate this thing back so we can actually see it. How about, you know, we could just put the wizard. I'm thinking of a wizard. Now, I don't want to move. Okay, see, this is what I didn't want to do, was move from the center. So anything we do has got to be built from here. See, because when you bring something new into Daz, there's a way to make it show up like where you want it to show. I'm not really sure how to do that. Welcome, Art. I am back. I am back. Today I have well, that's fine. You can come in and out of the chat into the tutorial as you like. Now, yesterday I had my camera shut off, and today I do have a trick up my sleeve. My dummy battery showed up today, which I am told that having a battery in the camera kind of it can make oh, thank you for the like. Thank you very, very, very much. So yeah, having a battery in the scene, having a battery in the camera I think I'd rather have the castle here. So I think this is kind of, it's nice, it's gothic, and we could put the wizard up on there. But I think this is just a little more interesting. So, but we've got to then plant it in some kind of land. We got to make some land for it. And that's okay. That works. We'll find some land, maybe piece it together. All right, so I think we can do without this whole moat thing here. So I don't know that we even need that at all. What today is about, I can drop this at any point. What we'll do is I'm going to save this file, save as, scene, and this is going to be wizards battle. We might have a dragon in the sky. I'm all dragon kind of thing today. So what today is about is about asking you, and since you're the first one here, asking my subscribers, what is it you'd like to learn? What is it that you have the most difficulty with? And, you know, I'm going to just maybe put one stipulation to try and keep it in Daz Studio. It's like, it's like to get an answer back and say, oh, definitely Blender. You know, yeah, I'm okay with Blender, but I just would rather stay in Daz. So what is it in Daz that you have the most problems with? And hopefully you're not going to say like something like rigging or something, because it's like, yeah, so do I actually. Yeah, rigging, definitely. So, but if there's anything, that's what this particular tutorial is about whether if you have anything in particular that you'd like me to work on. And we don't have to work on this castle. If you don't, it's fine. I'll just keep going on this. But but that's what this is about, is like if there's something in Daz Studio that you would like to learn more about how to do something, then let me know, because that is what this is about. So now I have two options. I can shrink the castle, or I can translate the castle back. And first of all, what I need to do is straighten the scene, okay? Because you always, this thing that says front, well, it should remain the front. If you put a character in the scene, unless you're going to have two characters and they're facing each other, then it's okay to view them from the side or whatever. But really, your scene should be like this, where you have where this says front, and this front thing is pointing right at us, okay? And you're looking into the back of the scene, in the front of the scene. And this little cross here in the scene, there's an artist here on YouTube named Meister Murloc that does incredible creations in Hexagon. Hexagon, the long-abandoned Daz product that real people can create their own assets. Yes, that's awesome that you have linked me. I've probably seen some of his videos. I can't like place him right now, but I'm not, again, Hexagon. I use Hexagon for one thing. I'm also not. I'm like a very. I'm not a modeler. Okay, I'm a scene maker. I model from within Daz, and the only thing I use Hexagon for, and which I bought that like $250 tutorial on Hexagon. Yeah, yes, that's, I do fix, you know, I don't know, I think it has more to do with the complexity of heat maps, of weight maps, how complex they are. Weight maps are such a complex thing in Daz Studio. Very complex. When you start working with weight maps, you are going into the very fundamentals of Daz Studio. That's when you start realizing, oh, I had no idea all of this weight map, that you could edit weight maps in Daz Studio, but you most certainly can. Daz has some very deep weight map editing features. Now, there are weight map editing features in Hexagon. There are weight map editing features in Blender. And of course, all of the others, you know, Character Creator has some, and they're very rudimentary. I think Daz's weight map editing area is actually quite involved and deep. So, when it comes to, I better put this chair, when it comes to creating, objects, I am not an object creator. I like the same thing. To me, I'm an artist, and not so much a, I'm a front person. I like to be like as a singer, and I'm the lead singer. Okay, I'm the person who steps up in front of everybody. I'm the Jim Morrison or Mick Jagger. I'm not the guitar player. I'm not the drummer. I'm that front person. And the same thing goes with Daz when it comes to art. It's that I'm not the one making the donut with the all the sprinkles. I'm the one eating the donut. I'm the one who puts the donut in my figure's hand and puts them in the bakery and renders that final image of them, looking and smiling with freckles all over their face or something at that donut with all the sprinkles. I don't model because it's, to me, it's too tedious of a job. It's just the same thing with like my computer. I'm not a programmer. I am an operator. I operate Windows. I use programs. I use Photoshop. And those Photoshop all have to do with me being that front person. Yes, and the person that does that, the person that does that tedious work, art, and, I'm going to stop here, and that's what this is about. This tutorial today is about talking with my fans, with my subscribers, and letting them know like what I'm hoping the castle comes over this way. Where is the castle? Which way am I moving it? Yeah, I think I'm moving it this way. So it's about talking with my fans and seeing what's up with them. Okay, we're going to Z translate. What do you want to talk about? It's kind of like that, because I would like to make sure that that the things that are on their mind, that, not necessarily what's troubling them, but what they're having trouble understanding. Okay? And yesterday I also learned another thing, because you were all here. I want to just add a little bit of a tip that I learned yesterday. I'm always learning as well. You guys are all over YouTube learning just like I do. And I learn from you as well. Yesterday I learned, remember when I filled in the sides of that, it was like a big red sunset with a big tree in the middle, and it was kind of beautiful. And I filled in the sides, and it added a few trees, and it was like expanded this small little image that Daz made. And when we saw it, it was blurry. It was like it didn't do a good job filling in the sides. Well, I found out that Photoshop has a limit, okay? That Photoshop could add those sides in, like in very high detail, but it only works, Photoshop only works at a like 1024 by 1024 square. And so what you have to do is you have to pick a little square and do that square, and then you do the next square up, and the next square up, and the next square up. And then you can get it to expand your image in high detail, and not that blurry detail that we saw when I expanded the sides and I zoomed in, and it's like, oh, that's kind of blurry, where it goes from really sharp to really blurry. And now I could just instantly right now jump to another, but I'm not going to. I could just jump right into Photoshop and then start talking about this whole thing about how Photoshop, what Adobe is working on right now is expanding that so that that little square is 4K. So you can literally take a big 4K chunk and do that in high quality. I guess it has to do with that their technology is new, and it's not so much, I think it's not so much that they're holding back that technology. It's more that they have that they don't have the ability to roll that out yet. That large chunk of computing. So what you have to do is, I can never get this to work. Okay, now this looks pretty cool for a little background thing. So we can then take and rotate this. Let's save this. This is our Wizard's Battle. And I was thinking this might be off to the side like this, so we can have a dragon, or maybe off to the side here. I think I like this better. Off to the side, and then we can have a dragon up here and a wizard here in the center. So yeah, so you can, and I also wanted to talk to you about using Photoshop to make 16K shaders. And if you've ever tried to make one scene that I made was, it was a stone staircase, and then behind the stone staircase, and the stone staircase kind of went up like this, and behind the stone staircase was this large rock wall, okay? And I was just amazed that this particular rock wall didn't have like a repeating pattern in the rock, that the rock looked like it just looked like a natural rock, a large rock wall, okay? And then the staircase had light coming down in, and I had this angel walking on the staircase and this light rays coming in, and the rock wall behind it was just like really beautiful. But that's not usually the case when you have rock walls. Okay, I've seen you use hexagon. Okay, when you reshaped it, cool. Yes, okay. Just going back into this whole thing about that. So, yes, the rock wall. I hope nobody's having trouble with the stream today. So yes, so back to the rock wall. The rock wall, and so when you buy shaders, okay, they usually, I've only once in my entire time in Daz Studio ever seen anybody release a shader larger than 4K. I've had, I just recently, I went into the forums and I asked Daz, I said, there are only a few shaders that I would really like to buy in 8K, and those are wood shaders and marble shaders. So that, and brick ones would be nice. So that you can have this gigantic 8K wall, and there's no repeating that pattern. Like, that's the same brick over there that's over here. You can just see the repeating pattern, and it's terrible. And I was told back that there's this thing where there's a certain kind of shader where the shader is like smart, and the shader can make copies of itself and change so that you don't see that repeating pattern, the way the shader just kind of goes on the surface. And apparently they don't make those shaders as much anymore. They just have these shaders that are seamless, and they just kind of fit in little blocks together, and they are, well, they're terrible when it comes to putting them on a wall or on a large wall behind people or something, because you just see this marble pattern and it's like there's the same pattern over there that's over there. And if you put them on a ground plane, it's like, well, there's the same dirt patch that's over there and there's the same, and it's just like, and if you zoom out on it, you just see this like massive repeating pattern, okay? And, you know, knotty pine walls and everything, you see the same exact knot over there that's over here. And 4K is not really enough to, you know, it's a large image, but it's not enough to cover that kind of repetition in a wall. Even if you make the pattern large and everything, it's still not going to work in many cases. So the idea then is to go into Photoshop and to make yourself an 8K, a blank 8K document, and tell the AI, I'd like a wooden pattern. I'd like a wood pattern. Well, what the AI does, unfortunately, is it fills the 8K wooden up with this gigantic wooden pattern. I mean, with like a wooden pattern, like if you were really way up close and looking at it up close. And so it doesn't give you this 8K wooden pattern that would be like from a distance. And I've tried to tell the AI and say, no, I need this wooden pattern like zoomed out. And I've used words like zoomed out, or I need it to be seen from a distance, or, and the AI just doesn't get it. It just gives me this 8K wooden thing, like as if I was like looking like with it right in front of my face. And it's like, so it's not like this highly, you think if you made an 8K document and said, give me a marble pattern. All right. So then I did because this I worked on last night for hours. And so what I did was I made a small, I said, okay, well, let's go to 1024 by 1024. And then what I'll do is I'll crop it, stretch it out and say, okay, now add more to this texture from this, add more on this side, add more on that side, add more up above, add more in the corners, add more in the corners, add more below, and to just keep branching out, moving out with the texture so that I would end up with an 8K image of something very detailed. And a very detailed marbled, and the AI would certainly not repeat the pattern, okay? The AI creates a new pattern every time from its all amazing brain, okay? So that's when I ran into the issue of when I would just like slide it over, it would create a low quality add-on to it. It would be obviously not as high a quality as. So then I went online and I said, well, how do I make the AI higher quality? And that's when I found out that there was a limitation with Adobe's AI and that it can only do these little squares. So that means every time you stretch crop the image and make it larger, and then you have these blank sides on the side, and you go and fill it, you have to do each little section in a chunk. You can find out more by just Googling how to make Photoshop AI higher quality, or HD or something, and you'll find a bunch of videos on it. And you have to do it's like you have to do a bunch of kind of math where you do one little 1024 by 1024 and you render that and render that and render that. And even when you're done, you can still kind of see the little blocks. It's so it's not there yet. And the thing is that eventually what we're going to be able to do is like make a small pattern, like a 1024 by 768, whatever, small little wooden pattern, and we'll get this small wooden pattern as if we're kind of up close to it, but then we can just stretch the sides and stretch the top and then just drag this section and have it fill in this very large HD quality kind of, to repeat that pattern, but not repeat it actually, but to create a large piece of marble for a marble floor. And then you can have your dancers, you can add your shine to it, you can load it onto the plane and put it and put your shine on it and put your reflections, put that floor inside of like a a dance palace or something, that kind of thing where it's very reflective and beautiful, and you don't have a repeating pattern on the marble floor or the, tile floor. Well, tiles, you expect a repeating pattern, but maybe not exactly like that's the same exact tile kind of thing. So that's where we're at right now, because it's just me trying to push the envelope of, thank you very, very much for the likes, me trying to push the envelope of shaders that Daz sells us, and they sell 4K shaders, and they're just not enough. And I could go into, like, I could put a wall in here and put a 4K wooden shader on and say, see the repeating pattern and see it just doesn't work kind of thing. But I'm not going to do that right now. So now what I'm going to do is go back. So we have another person in here. I'm not sure who has stepped in, but I would just like to say that this particular tutorial is about you coming into the chat. Habib, okay. And you're probably the best person to have here. Well, and the reason why I say that is because you ask me a lot of particular things about how to do this and how to do that. That's what this tutorial today is about. I've got a little scene that I'm kind of working on, but I can put this scene off because I'm here to say what, and this is in Daz Studio, okay? Within Daz Studio, what things give you the most trouble, and so I can work on, yeah, that was good. Then, so yes, that's good. That's exactly what I need as a newbie. And so, what things give you the most problems that you find the hardest to do, and you'd like to know more about how to do it? And I will try to incorporate that into this tutorial so that I can help you with it. Now, is it like going through smart content, or working with shaders, or is it using the smart content library, or clothing, or anything to do with hair, or using environments, using HDRIs, lighting? Okay, all right. Well, let's do something with let's go over some of the lighting basics. Okay, we have our lighting up here now. I'm going to tell you some pointers, and other people may disagree with me. Okay. But you have your basic lights up here, and I'm sure you're aware of this. You have your distant light, and you have these point lights and this linear point light. And I think these linear, I don't know that it really matters which of these point lights you use. I think they're both pretty much the same. The linear point light may have one extra parameter, but I don't know that that it's something really that massive to worry about, okay? So what they are is a radial light. They're a little point light that shines light out depending on how intense you make it, and it shines out in every direction, like a sun kind of light. Like the sun shines in every direction. And then you have so you have the 2 point lights, and you have your distant light, and then you have the spotlight, okay? Welcome. Yes, welcome. And Art is here. Yes. And so, okay. So, and Habib has asked about lighting, about some tips that I can possibly. So I'm going to say, Habib, how I use lighting, and this may not be universally accepted, but I'm going to tell you that to stick with the spotlight. Okay, the spotlight is going to give you where the radial light just shines light everywhere. It's kind of messy, and it just shines light everywhere. And a lot of times you think, oh, a radial light would be, just fine. Usually, a spotlight is better. And the reason why I say a spotlight is better is because you can focus it, number one, and the results, because of that ability to focus it, is usually a lot more dramatic. And all of a sudden it's more beautiful the way it works. So when you say I need a light, don't go with these radial lights, or you're gonna they won't work. They won't give you good results. Okay, in general. Okay, always go for the spotlight. Okay, that's tip number one. And if the spotlight doesn't work, then try the radial light. Okay. Now you also have this distant light. Okay, and remember when you put a spotlight in the scene, you probably know this, is you go up to your view and you click on the spotlight and you view from the spotlight, and that's how you move the. See, now I'm looking as if I was looking right through the spotlight. You probably know this already. But what you do is make sure you have your spotlight selected, okay? And then if I have like this castle in the scene, then I can click on this little square and the spotlight will point at the castle, okay? It'll point at whatever building E here. So if I click on that, it'll point on to that. And if I click on this, it'll point. So it's a way to get the spotlight at least looking at what you want to use in your scene. Your spotlight also has this thing. It's I don't know what it's called. It's not maybe it's fall off or something. No, it's not fall off. But notice how things far away, it's cut off or something. I'm not sure. But you notice how things far away kind of disappear? And this drives me right completely batty. How it can only see so far away. Well, I believe that, and I don't know how to fix that in the parameters of the spotlight. We would click the spotlight, and I don't know how to fix how far it can see. But it's like a it's like a cutoff or something, and I'm not sure that there's a way to fix this, okay? But I do know that I'm quite sure that if you set the intensity of the spotlight up, that it will light something far enough away, kind of like a distant light, that will go beyond where, that it will reach beyond what you can see in the spotlight. Now, I'm not absolutely sure about that, but I think your rays of light can go further than what you're able to visibly see, okay? So, and this only has to do with things really, this castle's far away, okay? And when I turn the scene, it actually disappears completely. So, so the way to light, okay, so that's your spotlight. And so use your spotlight on your figures, okay? Don't use it, try the spotlight. And I will also tell you that a lot of people will tell you that a spotlight is an unnatural kind of light, where the the point light is more like your natural kind of light, because most lights just kind of radiate all around. They're not focused like a spotlight. And so like your lights outside, light bulbs, they seem to light everywhere. They don't seem to just light in a focus. And don't let that particular thing make you think that you have to use a spotlight, that you have to use a radial light, because it's more natural, you know? The spotlight will give you a better effect on your figure, okay? So learn to use the spotlight for lighting almost everything. And then then there is the issue of with your spotlight comes from a little teeny point, okay? And it shoots down into the spotlight tube, and it emanates out of and points and focuses to. And what you can do in the spotlight is you can make the spotlight, that little point, you can change that point to and you go into here, you can change it from a point here to a rectangle, to a disc, to a square, to a cylinder, okay? Now, my suggestion is, once you decide, and why would you change that from a point to why would you change the spotlight to a rectangle, to a disc, to a cylinder, or a sphere? Does anyone know the answer to that? Why would you change a spotlight to like a disc or a plane? Okay? Why would you change it to a plane or a disc, a round disc, instead of a point? I'll answer. Yes. So exactly, you have a good memory. So you would change it for so that would give you a soft light. Okay, that's right, Habib. But the problem is with the spotlight as a soft light, it creates a square, okay, that or a disc or a cylinder that is visible. You can actually see it in your scene. So like if I switch this to a rectangle, and then I change the width, and I give it some width, and I give the rectangle some height. Then when I step back and I go to the perspective mode and I take a look at my spotlight, look at the spotlight. Where is it now? Perspective view, spotlight, look at the spotlight. There it is. And what happens is you can see it's getting larger here. Now we go a little bit bigger. Width. I think you have to see this actually in Iray. I'm not sure. But it actually creates a visible plane, okay? And that is not good. Okay? So once you decide that you need a soft light, okay, and so this is making it higher, and this one is making it wider, okay? Once you decide that you need a soft light, then, and look, notice this, it looks like this spotlight is shining. Let's give it some rays and see how far it'll shine. Lumens, we'll go 9, and we'll go a bunch of 9s. See how far that it can actually shine. Yeah, see, it can shine farther than we can see when we're looking through it. Now, when we go into the spotlight and look through it again, and it seems that all I can see is this. Yeah, you see, it's still not showing. It's still cut off. There's this cutoff that doesn't show us. But the light is actually going further than the cutoff. It's going right as far as it needs to go. Keep that. So you can light a mountainside with a spotlight. Okay. But then why would you use the spotlight to light the mountainside when you can use a distant light? Okay. Well, the spotlight is a spotlight. The distant light, you can focus and say where you want the distant light, but I believe you can only have one distant light in a scene, so you can turn a spotlight into a distant light. Okay, so once you decide that you need a soft light for your shadows to, then you want to go to instead, because of the fact that it shows, we're going to click on this again, click on the spotlight again, and zoom in on the spotlight. Okay, where is the spotlight again? Perspective view. All right, and we click the spotlight and zoom in on it. It's not zooming in on it that well. Oh, no, I'm not sure why. Which one? Okay, spotlight, zoom. It's not zooming in on it. So, yeah, once you decide, because you can see this square here, and this is not good. So, and I'm not sure why. Now, if you get so that's what you want to do is, I wish there was a way to zoom faster in on certain things. Here, there is once you're in a camera mode, but then that zooms your camera like wide when you hold the shift key. So all right, so you would want to use, instead of the spotlight, you would want to use an invisible mesh light, okay? And that's where you get here to Ghost. And I just got a new ghost light set, so we're going to delete the spotlight. Okay. And I'll go back to scene, making scenes, the next time I come in. I wanted to allow subscribers to kind of have some input into what might be vexing them to some degree, okay? And now we're going to go to product highest ID first. Okay, so these ghostly planes. All right, this is the newest ghost light set, invisible lights it's called. And this would be in the props. It gives us a sphere light, which you can put in. These sphere lights are ghost lights. A spotlight is a ghost light until... Welcome, Ed. Welcome. This is a tutorial made for my subscribers, for you people, that if you have something that kind of vexes you and you're having trouble, I'm not necessarily if I don't get enough questions and nobody has anything, then I'll continue working on a scene. But if there's something that you just would like to go over again and see if, something that you've been shying away from doing because it seems, and this is all, I would prefer that it stays within Daz Studio. Anything in particular that I might be able to help with, that you can add and say, like, because Habib just told me that lighting was his thing. Now, Habib, there's also some courses in the Daz store, and it's called 5-point lighting, and I bought them. Let's go to the Daz store. I think it's called 5-point we just look up that, no, that didn't come up. Clear point. Let's see. Let's try 5 point, like spelling it out. 5 point. Okay. Let's just try lighting. All right. And there are some tutorials. And what they do is, okay, this is another one, shadows, gels, and candles. I just purchased this also. But director's lights, okay, I think it's called 5-point lighting. Render engines, essentials. And it's a pretty good tutorial. It's, you know, the minute I start listening to tutorials, I like fall asleep, you know, I'm terrible about that. It's not showing up here. You would think lighting would do it. Lights, how about lights? And this is probably not going to show up either, but maybe lights. Interiors, speed lights, okay. Director's lights and cameras. Okay, and well, the 5-point lighting is... I think I fell asleep during the tutorial, but it's, you know, probably stuff you know about Habib, like a rim light would be a light that you would use from behind to light their hair. And then there is a face light, and there's also there are lighting sets. And let's put a figure in our scene. We'll start by putting a figure in our scene. Okay, so I think you pretty much know what a ghost light is. Again, this is an invisible spotlight, which it's like, yeah, so is the other spotlight, okay? But I think you might also be able to take this in spotlight. Let's put it in the scene and see what this invisible spotlight, where is it? I can't find it. All right, let's see. You can see through it. Now, let's see. Let's go to the parameters and see if we can switch this now from a disk. Okay, it says light geometry. It's already a disk. Okay, so let's make the disk larger. Height. See, this is very good because this gives you your spotlight. And, you know, I just want to say that once you change it from a point into a plane, it's no longer a spotlight, because that's the whole purpose of having a point inside of like a cylinder pointing out, is because it focuses the light. And once you change it to a plane, it's not really, it's then going to give you this wide coverage light, and it's not going to give you, unless you make the plane really small and just kind of put it up close, it's not going to be necessarily a spotlight. And you can still change this ghost light to a point light, but then you just have a Daz light, like what you would have in a Daz light. And the last time I was here, I told you about the difference between using a distant light. A distant light is kind of like a focus light, where you can just focus the light in from that direction into your scene and have that precision. But you can do the same thing with an HDRI, because if you think most HDRIs all have like this one bright spot in the middle that's white where the sun is, and then the rest of it's all kind of colored, and the blue like doesn't put out much light. Dark colors don't put out much light in your HDRI. It's the light colors like the yellows and the oranges and the reds to some degree, and the whites and the yellows and whites especially. The lighter the color, the more light they put out. And so in order to, like, if you make an HDRI that's all blue, you'd have to turn the lumens up like really high because it absorbs the light. It's just, I guess that's the way to explain it. So dark colors don't, so if you were to take this spotlight and turn it like dark blue, like this, or this dark blue, you'd have to turn the lumens up really high, okay, to get some kind of light out of the light. So that's another thing to keep in mind. And now, so your point light, you can put a distant light in, and then when we select the distant light here, you can change the color of the distant light, but you get one color. You only get one color. And like I said, if you pick a dark color, then you have to turn up the lumens high. If you pick a light color or even white, then it's lower for the lumens, or even this light blue would be low, pretty low, or the pink, or this whitish red. So you'd use less lumens and you'd get a nice color, but you get one color, okay? And that's it. Now with an HDRI, you get a gradient of color, okay? Because all the colors, the blues are putting out a little bit less color than the whites, but you still get this gradient of color on your scene, which so most of the time you probably are going to want to light your scene with an HDRI versus a distant light. So that's the same tip I'm kind of giving you about the, like, to use a spotlight first. Then if it doesn't quite work, then try a point light. Don't even go there with a point light, okay? Because a spotlight is what you really need, okay? It's going to give you that kind of studio look, that dramatic look. Just the only thing about spotlights is, yes, it has a very sharp shadow to it. Their nose is going to look like half of their face is gone. If their nose is casting a shadow on their face, just pay attention to those shadows and move the spotlight into a place so it doesn't doesn't look like half of their face is missing because of, and also don't, and I've said this before, don't put the spotlight up high, because then you're going to get raccoon eyes. Your eyes are going to be just black and you won't even see the color of their eye. You have to put the spotlight roughly about the height pointing at their face, but you can kind of go off to one side. Yeah, I fall asleep on a lot of them. I just go back and I try to it's not because he's boring, Ed, okay? I'm not saying that. It's just me, because I get into that mode where I'm not doing anything, and if I'm not doing anything with my hands, or I'm not doing anything and I'm just laying back and listening, I'm out. So because I kind of push myself, I push myself to go and go and go and go. So hopefully today, just to catch you up on things, yesterday I had my camera shut off on me. I don't think it's going to happen today. I'm broadcasting this picture image of me. I'm broadcasting in 4K, and my dummy battery came in the mail today. So the battery in my camera was getting hot, and so I was waiting for today for the dummy battery to come. And so it came. And so that should cut down on the heat, and I shouldn't lose my camera after 2 hours. We'll see. We'll see if I do or not. Thank you for the likes, people. Okay, so what I'm going to do. All right, so I'm going to tell you to prefer the spotlight, even though they say the light from a spotlight isn't natural and everything. No, it's not like the sun. The sun shines everywhere. The spotlight's not natural, but you know what? the sun can create very hard shadows also if there's not a lot of ambient diffusion, if it's not bouncing off everything. The sun can create some very hard shadows. So and the other thing, so just go for the spotlight first. And if you got a dark part of your figure, don't use a radial light. I just, every time I use a radial light, I just find out it's not what I want. And then also, like I said, not always, but most of the time, try to light your scene with your HDRI instead of a distant light. Because like I said, the HDRI gives you a gradient of light. It's just a little prettier on your scene than a distant light, which gives you one color, and that's it. So just think HDRI, okay, and spotlight, okay. Those are two tips. That's my opinion, okay. And other people may disagree with that opinion, but I have found that I get my figures look much better with a spotlight, and my scenes look much better with an HDRI lighting them, okay? So now that's that, and now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take you into ghost lights are pretty self-explanatory, okay? You just put them in the scene, and they're gonna give you a wide kind of light, and they're gonna hide in the scene, and they're awesome, okay? And it's for that time when you need to put a light in the scene that is that's hidden, okay? And that's really nice to be able to put a radial light into a VDB, okay? Radial lights go very nice in a VDB, okay? So because then you can light it from like the inside of the VDB, and if you can put wrap some kind of gel around that radial light, oh my gosh, then you've got this massive thing to color your VDBs and get your VDBs to have this variegation of color, okay? Very nice. It's one of the most exciting things about lighting is lighting VDBs, okay, to me. And lighting the faces of my figures. I would say that's probably number one, and number two is the VDB lighting. Okay, so we're gonna go render. We're going to look up this render, okay? And I'm going to take you into Render Studio. We'll get rid of the distant light and the invisible spotlight for now, okay? And what I'm going to do is put... Yes, the VDB is you know, it's the most exciting thing to happen to Daz in years and years. So is the VDB. It really is. They've emulated like fogs with all these layers and layers of planes and everything, and now we just have VDBs. It's just so amazing, absolutely amazing. And so that is a very big thing. So what we're going to do is put a figure in our scene. And we're going to put them right in smack dab in the center, because a lot of these lighting kits, they're portrait lightings. Let's try portrait. This is probably it. Would be your keyword to finding everything. Portrait Studio. Okay, now see, I didn't buy this. Now this is 19. Daz has a massive sale on today. It's a 70% off, 5 items as long as you buy one new item. As you can see, I got 3 in my cart, but it's 7 items. But I think it's only what they what you have to choose it out of a list of things, and it's like I already own so much stuff that there wasn't anything in the list that I wanted. So this Portrait Studio, though, I wouldn't mind having this. But now this, basically you put your figure in the center, smack dab in the center of your scene, and then you just double click and it gives you this loadout of lights and lighting situations. And there's a video on it here, okay? Sci-fi, alien, mosaic, I'm not sure, zebra lights, okay? This would give you like patterns on their skin, zebra patterns. This is probably very cool. This is by Dreamlight, of course. This is 1990, and this is new. It's just new. Now, but I'm going to take you into another product. It's called Render Studio 3. And there's 2 and 3, and I think they're both really nice. Okay, so where's Render Studio? I wonder if they still sell it. Because that would be terrible if that was no longer in the store. Lighting, Glamour Studio. Look, here's another one. Glamour Studio. So these give you a loadout of lights. And I've not been a big fan of these because your figure has to be like right in the pose they want them in. Not necessarily. I guess there's some room. Mood render. This one looks cool. Okay, now if it says up here, it says hide items I own. I don't have that on, so it should show the items that I own. The quick ray fog. Okay, and Q render. I just purchased that a while ago. It's something I'm going to make a video on. That is gives you this ability to set up all these renders and then have it render, and just go through each one after another. While you sleep or something, you can render a bunch of stuff. I've never used it yet, so it's just something I absolutely had to have, and then I've never used it. So this is one of 12. It's probably down further because that's why we haven't seen it, is because Render Studio is kind of an old product, but it's a nice product, okay? And I highly recommend it. Now, but we're gonna go in and take a look at it, and I'm wondering if everything still works in it now that they've changed some of the way that Daz works. Now here we go. We have some lighting environments in Daz Studio and Photoshop. Okay, Masterpunk lighting environments. That's a tutorial right there. That's 60% off right now. It's $9. Okay, so. And I think I've got 45% off. I might throw that in my cart. Here I've got this the Ethereal VDBX, and I thought the War Paints are in here. And this Vendetta, I thought it was a person. It's actually I thought it was like a figure, and this is actually the clothing. This looks pretty cool here. So let's go back. Let's see if we're on the same page again. Took us to page 3. Render Studio, okay. Film Noir, this is a good product right here. It gives you, just instantly gives you like black and white, those Film Noirs, turns your whole scene like that. Okay, Terradome is cool. The Terradome 3 is a must-have, okay. Let's see. These economy skies, I think I own every HDRI that they've ever sold. Pretty much, unless they're just like plain skies, then I don't buy them. Don't buy Terradome 2, okay? Just buy everything for Terradome 3. Don't buy anything Terradome 2. Be careful, or don't buy Terradome 2. It's not Iray. And so don't waste your money on it. Okay, this is Iray lights for urban future. So here's another tutorial. It's 70% off. It's $4. Okay. Now wait a minute. These may be actually lighting and not necessarily. Let's throw that in my. I mean, I can get that for $1. Instantly turn, okay, is this Iray? See, now, the thing is about lights is that you, okay, DS Iray lights for Urban Future 3 Duff. Okay, so this is for actually for, you have to own this, okay? Urban Future 3, how much is this? Oh, this was made by Stonemason. Is this Iray? No. Gosh, Stonemason goes way back. So I would assume, yeah, this is Urban Future Bundle, and I bet this bundle has an Iray facelift to it. Urban Future 2, Urban, you know, just because these things are not Iray, these old things, you can just run them through an Iray converter, and it converts all the textures to, it's 3Delight to Iray converter by Sickle Yield. And you can just convert them right to Iray. You might have to dicker with a little bit of the textures, lights and things like that, but you can convert the whole thing, the whole thing all in one click to Iray. All right. How much is this? $122. Yeah, this is Urban Future 2, Urban Future 3. Do I own Urban Future 2? No. $41. I'm going to put this in my wish list, and I won't pay more than 20 bucks for this, but I'll get this eventually. And this looks pretty cool. Or Urban Future 4 and Urban Future, of course. There wouldn't be that with... This looks real old school, but it's kind of cool. I bet you this is in the for poser. Yeah, I don't want that. So yeah, medium resolution geometry. All your resolution, your textures are 1024 HD textures. They're terrible. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, that they put it first in clay mode, so you don't see the. That's kind of cool, but it's just like Metal Gear Solid, like Metal Gear, the first one on Nintendo kind of time. So, all right, let's keep going on to lights. I use Paper Tiger's Revolution HDRI lights on Renderosity. Excellent lights. Okay, that's interesting. I'll have to look at that. Okay, I'm gonna. If you've never seen this, we're gonna go into this Render Studio. Render Studio was the first real major, like utility that I cut my teeth on, kind of like, because it Render Studio. I think it was Render Studio 2. And then they came out with Render Studio 3. I believe Render Studio 2 is actually the one I like the most. But I will, it was the first one that okay, this is a Mythical Dragon for Daz Dragon 3. Why don't I have that? Okay, so let's see. That's got to go in my wish list. Oh, that's in my wish list. All right, now the... This is again for Terradome 3. Okay, we're going to do another search for Render. We're going to try just Render Studio and see what comes up. It's not coming up, like 72 pages. I may, well, let's open Render. I might be calling it by the wrong thing. Okay, so this would be in, let's just type in Render. Let's see what comes up here. In my default. Okay. Let's find it. Okay, there's not too many things here. I can't believe all these things I've bought that I will never find the time in my life to use. Okay. That's Portrait Studio. Okay, here it is. Render Studio, Volumetric. Okay, then this is Render Studio 2. This one's called Volumetric Plus. And I think there's another Render Studio as well. Okay, so well, let's just go into this one and see. Let me see now. Environments. Yeah, see, this is the one here. Look at this. Now, just look at how cool this is. You're very right, Ed. Once you understand the lights, you don't need to buy the presets. The thing is that a lot of times I will light a figure and I won't use a rim light, and I think like professional, other Daz people look at my art and say, he didn't even use a rim light, he didn't even use, and they critique my art because they're more meticulous about their lighting than I am. And maybe it's because they've studied. And what's really nice is this is a way to study lighting, okay? And it's like, I still haven't put a figure in my scene. Let's put a figure in here. Okay, we'll go back to Render Studio. And let's put in something that I can stand to look at for the next hour or two. And my camera's still working, so it's still going. And okay, I kind of like him. So we'll put him in the scene without further ado. And then we'll put some underwear on him and give him some hair so that he kind of looks. And there are some lighting that are supposed to accentuate the male physique, the kind of the muscular. And so there are some lighting sets that have to do with lighting so that all the muscles kind of show these shadowy kind of looks from different angles, and lighting and the science of lighting, at least a male body that's in shape. So there's that there, and Daz has that product as well. Okay, as soon as we get a figure in here, Ethan, and now let's focus our camera on Ethan. Let's put some pants on him. Script, underwear. Okay. There we go. And now let's put him in some kind of pose so that he just doesn't look. I can't stand seeing people in this. Okay, standing. Figure poses by function. Standing. And let's see what we have here. Start at the bottom and come up. Now I have this filter by context turned off because I can just instantly put, okay, this looks good. Maybe this one. What's this one? Okay, so this his back's a little too hunched in that. This one kind of works. All right, let's do this. And now I'm going to use, because this is probably, this is for Genesis 8, so I'm going to go up to my script and the pose converter. Just open this up and boom, it converts that pose to 9 and close it. Done. That's how that pose converter works. Well, this is kind of a weird look, but it's, no, I'm not sure I like the way his body's stretched with his pose. The pose worked right, but let's try this one. You select the pose, you go here, and it's just as soon as you open that, it switches. Okay, that I'm still not liking the way. You know, they do that. There's too much cleavage here. They didn't convert his body right. And these artists they do that. They just okay, let's find a pose that just for I think these are Genesis 9. Okay, let's try this. Maybe something a little bit more. Okay, that works. Yeah, all right. Something a little bit. Okay. It goes really well with the castle. But he's right in the center now. And so what we can do now is try some of these light sets. So render. And I think this would be either in, I think if I can cut a bunch of stuff out, they'll be in utilities, render studio, or they'd be in lights. No, they'd be in lights. Yeah, here's one of them there. That's a Volumetric Plus. And I think light sets might be. No, I'm not seeing both render studios here. Render studio HDRI. Okay, I think this is the one I want. Yeah, this is the one, I think. Yeah, environment. Okay, now this is the first thing that it comes with. I believe, and you know what? This really kind of messes with my brain. Okay, we're gonna cancel this. We're gonna just merge this into the scene. Let's get rid of the castle for now. What this gives us right here, right off the bat, okay, we're gonna go into Iray, is, I don't know how they did this, but this is like a gigantic VDB. This is long before VDBs were available. Where's that where's that camera coming from? Oh, this is the Render Studio camera. Okay, wide angle. Okay, we can bring this in a little bit. Now, what this just did is it put this like cross-link steel floor in. A noose. Not a lot. A noose. This is we're going into lighting because Habib has asked about lighting, and so no, he didn't ask. I actually asked everybody in here to talk about the thing that they want to learn the most about. And so that also goes to you, Anus. If there's something in Daz Studio, I can try to brush against that. We're on lighting right now because Habib got in here first, and as you can see, if you look back in the chat, he said he's still a newbie and he'd like to learn more about lighting. And so I'm going to try to give some of the basic stuff about lighting, okay, here. But if you have something you'd like to learn, talk about it, put it into the chat. That's what today's chat is. I'm not necessarily making a scene. I'm just trying to put out some feelers and ask you guys what you'd like to learn about. Now, if I don't get, even if you come up with something in your head and say, well, I'd really like to learn more about hair, or dForce or something, put it in anyway, okay? Then that gives me something to plan on at least, or to try and maybe work on two things at the same time, kind of thing, and weave them both together into the same thing. So this is about you. This is for this today's tutorial is like a question and answer kind of thing with Daz. Now, if you'll notice, this is the weirdest thing. Now, I thought VDBs came, now you go to the surface here, and I thought VDBs came with Daz Studio, all right, with version 3.2, but this is a VDB, but it was years before VDBs were introduced to Daz. And if you notice, when I click on, if I go to the perspective view and click on this atmospheric projector, oh, that's the projector, but this is, where's the, oh, okay, atmospheric prop, atmosphere prop. We go into surfaces. Look at the scattering SS amount. This is very much like a VDB. And when I click on this, look at what we have here. We have this gigantic sphere that is, it looks like a VDB to me. And this was long before, and all you have to do is go into this, and you can take the cutout opacity and bring it down just like you would the density. Okay, so when I go back to the camera here, we have, this looks like a VDB to me, but it's just one kind of, we go back now to our atmosphere prop. We bring it all the way up again. So this is, no, it's actually, it's a VDB, but it's a very uniform VDB, okay? And it comes with this Render Studio 2.0, and I'm not sure why I can't find it in the store right now. Let's see, render. Okay, let's see if we can find it. It's like, here they are, Render Studio and Render. So there are two of them, 2.0, and then there's Render 2.0 Production Scenes, okay? And I'm going to show you, there's more to this Render Studio. Now, this was the first time I got exposed to what a gobo was, okay? Because this projection and the projection controller, okay? This is where there's a gobo involved. Here it is, the gobo. And what you do is you go into props, is it here? No, render settings, no, shaders, no. Okay, and this, yes, here they are. And you see, I can change this gobo. But it's like, this was the first time, it was like, why won't the gobo change? And it was like, this is the first time I kind of really, you know, it took me hours to figure this out, that I had to go into surfaces and select the gobo. And then I could go back to the content and voila, look at this. See, so this is obviously, when you look up, you're going to see a projector with a square gobo projecting through the gobo, and you have like colored gobos. So it's like how that happens. And look at this sunbeams. Literally, if you go to this gobo and you change that gobo, you could put any kind of colored image on it. And then what you just say is, well, okay, why not get rid of this atmosphere prop and really go back and put a real VDB in here? Let's put a poof in here. VDB. And I'm kind of getting a little off sidetracked, but let's just put the poof in here for the fun of it, because their VDB is terrible compared to this. And look what we have here. We have some lighting. And then this Render Studio product, we'll just put that in so we have something kind of cool to work with. And now what we do is we also go back to Render Studio. And then there's something called a cove, cove. And I guess this is what lighting studios have. Would be lights here, maybe. It's this thing called some kind of cove. What is it called? Prop? Here, it's a, no, it would be environments. Here it is, Infinity Cove. We're going to put this in. Now check what this is. Now you zoom in enough so that the Infinity Cove, or you make the Infinity Cove bigger, but this is a lighting studio, okay? And so what it does is now we can get rid of the ground plane, or turn it off for now. Okay, and what we can then do is select the Infinity Cove, and yes, we have to go back to surfaces and select the darn thing, or you won't be able to put any textures on it. Materials, okay, and we go down through here, and nor it would be render settings maybe. Where are they? Props? No. Lights. And you have 3 beams. You can do, instead of this 1 beam coming down, you can have 3 beams, okay, going through. So you just double click that and puts 3 different projectors with gobos on them, okay, and which is, and you know, goes back to what you were saying, Ed, is yes, you know, once you understand, it's like there is, you know, once you understand how to make hair, it doesn't mean you necessarily make hair, because it's like, it's very in-depth. And the same thing with lights is, yes, you can understand them, but putting 5 lights and lining them up and getting them at the right distance, sometimes it's nice to just have a light set to just go and put them in and then kind of dicker with them. And you know what? And I act like I'm somebody who has all kinds of experience. That's not what I do. I just go and put a spotlight here and a spotlight there. And, you know, you guys know how I work. You've never seen me just put in a light set and say, see how easy that was? Now all I got to do is dicker with them. No, so I don't do that myself. Okay, here it is in shaders. In shaders, we should have our Infinity Cove. There we go. So we can just change the Infinity Cove now. What we want to do is we have to go through, okay, is our wide angle camera. I don't think this is working too well with this. Let's just put a regular camera in, see what happens. Up, okay, apply default settings, okay. And let's go to our camera so it's not so wide, okay. Let's see if we can get this, yeah. Now our poof is a little bit too, let's just turn the poof off for now. Okay, that didn't work. Let's try again. We got to go out and in for it to disappear. Okay, back to Iray. Okay. And now look what we have here. See, we have this projector coming down from the top, putting some light on him like this. And then we have this Infinity Cove, okay, which is like a plane that bends, okay, and goes under them. This Infinity Cove, the price of this set, okay, this Render Studio, there's 2 of them. Where's the other one? This one. This is the one I like. It's 60% off. Both of these are 60% off. Buy them, okay? This one's 14 and 7. And the thing is that this is a massive, massive light. This will teach you, Habib, this will teach you everything you need to know about lights. These 2 sets, and I will try to help you through them, okay? Click it open, okay. You want me to go inside? Okay, here. All right, this is the Render Studio 2. Okay, this is the product we're working on right now, and it gives you a bunch of different stuff. Now that big sphere that was a very even kind of atmosphere and everything, I would use a VDB instead of that. Okay, that was long before, but you get the projector lights, and then look at all the things that come with it. Yes, Colm Jackson is an amazing. Yes, he is, and I've seen, and also Colm. Here it is. He has a This is a YouTube tutorial where he teaches how to kind of get around in this set. I wish it was longer. I wish it, it was, it had been, but of course, it's like there's so much to cover here. You've got rim lights, you've got diffuse specular lights. All of this is for Iray. Both light sets are for Iray. Okay, this one also, this is massive. These light sets, you just put them in the scene and look at what you have. This looks like it's just too good to believe could actually be, to just put it in the scene and there you go. But it is. These light sets actually do this. They do these things, and they're very, 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 very nice. So yes, Colm Jackson is a genius. He was with these light sets. He was. I'm getting excited here, and I don't want to talk too loud because it can become annoying after I can't stand the sound of my own voice. So like Bob Seger would say, I think I was tired of my own voice, I think was his way of putting it. So these were way ahead of their time. And I don't think that there's never been a light set to rival these light sets, okay? Buy them both, okay, is my opinion, okay? Both of them. And the other thing is, now we go back to Daz. Let's go back here. Now you've got these, yeah, I was tired of my own voice. Yeah. All right, so now we go back to the Infinity Cove. Remember, you have to go to Surfaces and select it. Now we go here and look. Look how nice this Infinity Cove is. That is, roll me away, won't you roll me away tonight? I'm put up a pause and sick of what's wrong and what's right. Yeah, look at this Infinity Cove. Look how cool this is. See, and you can put any image you want on these. Your Daz figures. This right here is starting to kind of look like Character Creator Studio in a way. It's yeah. Look at the bokeh effect. I mean, this is and what it's saying is leave your figure in the center of the scene, okay, and let the light set do all the work. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we'll take the light out, okay? And I think I've also got, we're going to turn off our environment lights. No, we can't do it that way. We have to do it through parameters. And we're going to turn dome and scene only. Let's control. That's, okay, this is something for you, Habib, for lighting. The first thing you want to do is get your scene black, okay? Because when it comes to lighting, you want to control. Like, let's just put one spotlight in here and show you how beautiful. Just one spotlight, okay? We're going to look through the spotlight. We're going to bring it up. Okay. And now remember I told you don't put the spotlight too high or he's going to end up. All right, we're going to put the spotlight where it would you would think it would logically need to be. Because, your tendency is to want to bring the light way up and kind of like point it down. You don't want to do that. Because what you're going to do is end up with like raccoon eyes, okay, with black circles, because you won't show their eyes, okay? And they work so hard on the eyes to make the eyes really, the detailed eyes, you don't want them black, okay? So you want to kind of come at them from at least roughly, you can come down at them a little bit, but you want to come at them roughly. And if you want to light the lower body, then you just use another spotlight, okay? So now we go back to our perspective. No, back to our camera. This one. Let's get rid of this wide camera because it's just not the wide angle camera. I'm not going to use that. Not with this. So it's obviously our spotlight is too dim. So let's give it a little bit of. Now we're in control of the light. See, and so you want you want to get your scene black first. Then start bringing in lights. Then if you want an HDRI, bring it in intelligently. But get your scene black. Learn how to get your scene black. And that's by going in and turning your environment off. And then you go here and you do that again. I'll do that just one more time. You click on your environment options. You go to scene only, okay? And that's all you have to do is click scene only here in this environment mode, and you will get no environment, okay? And that gives you the ability then to play with your spotlight and get your spotlight and turn your spotlight into something very dramatic. So let's put a 2 here and see what this looks like. So just slowly bring this up. There you go. Look, this is the dramatic scene that you want. And now, okay, if you want to soften that shadow a little bit, you could pull the spotlight just a little ways out of your periphery here. Let's look through the spotlight again just for a moment, and let's just zoom it out a little bit. Okay, which doesn't hurt. Okay, now we go back to our camera. Now the spotlight's out of the periphery, where we could take this and now that plane, when we switch this to point, I've told you this before, when we switch this to rectangle and we make the rectangle a little bit larger, the more you make this larger, the softer the shadow becomes, okay? Now look how nice that is. And then we can bring this in, okay? But if there's a light, if you have an HDRI on, that plane will block the HDRI light from coming in. So keep that in mind, okay? And then we go and we just bring this up now a little bit. But now it's taken a little bit of the dramatic effect off as well. So let's go to 5 and see what this does. How about 9? Okay. Why does the text field in parameters, okay, I can tell you one thing, okay, and it has something to do with this little one where you can go here and it says click the keyboard navigation. This one, align plane, the keyboard navigation. I think when they put this keyboard navigation in, and this one, it says to activate the scene navigation tool. I'm not sure it's one or the other. I think it's this keyboard one. And if you have that selected, because you can select other things in the scene and still have that selected. And I think that makes your keyboard kind of wonky. And I think once they put that into Daz, and I don't know for sure, but just be careful this isn't selected. That's all. I don't know how to fix that about the text field because you type and you type and you have to type again and again and again, and finally it takes. Or you become very superstitious about it. If I click and wait a moment, then try to type, and you type, don't try to type quick. Just type one letter at a time. Maybe it'll work. Okay, so. The lighting for me, Rex. It's midnight for me and I need to get some sleep, but I will definitely watch this stream later. Good night, Habib. Have a lovely night, okay? Thank you for staying as long as you have with us. And thanks for getting on this wonderful topic of lighting, because it is a great topic. And thank you. If you come back and watch the stream later, thank you very much for that as well. I very much appreciate this. You're watching and hanging. Thanks, everybody, for here. My camera is still working, okay? So it's not overheating. I'm going to stand up just for one moment and feel the back of it. It's warm. It's warm, but it's still working. I'm still broadcasting in 4K. So maybe it's actually going to allow me to do this. This summer might be a different story, but for now it's rolling. And how long have I been here? Let me look at this. Just checking on. We're doing a little bit of an inventory of the stream to see what's going on here. And probably now that I've actually talked about it, okay, I've been in 2 hours, almost 2 hours, an hour and 44 minutes. Okay, let's get back into this. This is an interesting subject here. Okay, the lighting here. So now I would say we've lost a little bit of our drama. So if we could bring just a tiny bit back, let's see, we're at 73 of the height. Let's go to 40. And since that's kind of, let's go to 20. Let's have a little bit more of this 20, the shadow. And this just gives us a little bit more of these harder shadows on his muscles as well. It gives us a little bit of a harder shadow on his face. So this is really nice here. Oh, and Daz crashed. Well, I didn't save it. It happens. It happens to the best of us. And close this. And it should open right back up. So we will go back in. Why that crashed, I've just been pulling in things and all kinds of products and things. I treat Daz in a very unpredictable way. So let's bring back our figure. It's not too much. We just got to bring in the infinity cove. And I think what we're going to do is use the infinity cove, and we're going to play around with some of the light sets. That's Anus, that's exactly what I thought about, was putting a fan on the camera or some kind of ice pack or something, that I could just take out of the freezer when one gets cold and put in a little ice pack on it or something. But the idea of having a fancy, you don't hear any fans. Like when I stop talking, you don't hear any fans. I do not have computers in this room that I'm in. Mike, I have a hole. I drilled a hole like a little rabbit, I drilled a hole through the wall, and all of my wires from a studio go out through the wall and into the other room, and that's where my computers live. So the only thing you hear is the creaking of my chair right now, which, if I could afford a more expensive chair. All right, so a fan blowing on the camera. I think some of the other camera versions actually have fans built inside of them. And maybe just a little teeny like computer fan, it doesn't have to be a big gigantic fan. It could be just a little fan, So maybe I'll look into that with a battery, with a rechargeable battery. A camera fan. That's a very good idea, Anus, because maybe I could find a fan that would fit right in where the display comes out, and just snap it in there and turn it on, and maybe it would be really a quiet fan that wouldn't be like 5 computer fans and a processor fan and fan and graphics card fans all running at the same time. So now my chair is starting to become really noisy. So, okay, let's bring back in our Nathan, was it? Who was our figure? That is a very good idea, because I would still love to have my camera cooler. Just because it doesn't shut off doesn't mean I like it burning. It's a USB powered one would be very nice. Art, that's awesome ideas, because I have this power strip that's like this long, and like almost every plug is used. But I do have a couple of cubes one cube in there that's like not being utilized. And then I have also a bus with 5 different USB just for charging USB. I have a bunch of cameras. I have iPhone S thing camera. I have an iPhone 14. I have a Samsung S22, and this is the iPhone S right here. And this is all helping me with this. And then this is my, this is hooked to my, well, not currently, I shut it off. But this is hooked to my Sony camera that helps control my Sony camera. This one right here controls my camera that is overhead. So these phones, I control the cameras through the phones. Yeah, this is one of these days I'm going to make a video of my setup here, okay, and how this is all. And I'm going to probably use a GoPro, and I'll have it on my head or something. But I don't know that I can beam the GoPro live. So I'm just everything, like I love to do everything live. So this I have to, write a note about the USB powered. Okay, let me do that real quick. Why I've lost my default desktop got switched. Okay, let's bring in the figure while I do this. Okay. No, maybe it didn't. Okay, this is the default desktop. Okay, where is this? How did I lose this? Okay, recent first. Which one? I think it was Nathan, or who was? No, it wasn't Nathan. Why am I getting Michael here? Like Michael 4. It's like recent first. Okay, no, what we do is we go highest first. ID, product ID, highest first. And we'll find him here somewhere. Okay, this guy, Ethan. We'll bring Ethan back in. He looked nice. And then we'll, as soon as he comes in, yeah. So even though the camera works and it's not triggering the the heat shut off, I know it's still kind of warm, and I don't like the idea of frying $2,000 worth of. I think of this camera as, this camera cost me like $2,000. I just put it on my credit card. And, but that's what my two graphics cards cost me, were about $2,000 each. Just for a graphics card. So to do the stream stuff. So, okay, we're going to go into scripts. We'll put some underwear on him again. And now we can go, and we're going to save this. File, save as, scene, Ethan. We'll call it Ethan Infinity Code for now. All right, accept. All right, now let's put, we got to put him back in a pose. Because like I said, I can't stand to watch him just stand like that for God only knows how long. Okay, standing. Standing. And well, we got to find him a pose. All right. Okay, what do we got here? Saw something. No. Okay, here we go. All right, let's do this. I think this is Genesis 9, yeah, so we don't have to mess with too much. That's nice. And save this again. Let's give him some hair just so it kind of looks a little better. Short. Oh, we're going to go to these products. Back out. Short hair. And we will go with this one. And default. Where's the actual hair? Okay, here it is. And then we'll change the pose of the hair. And just lower it down a little bit, shorter. Okay, that works. And I think, yeah, that'll work with the materials. Oh, we have Omni hair. I didn't know we had Omni hair for this now. This might be an update to this product. Black and red. Dark brown. Maybe it's already there, but let's make sure we have it selected. Where's the hair? Hair cap. Eyebrow, I guess that's it. The cap and the hair. Okay. Back here. Dark brown. Let's see what happens to the hair. Yeah, see, this is... Let's look at it now. Yeah, this is the new Omni hair. That looks pretty good. The outer part of the hair kind of looks... What's wrong here with this? That's the regular hair, and this is the Omni hair. So I think we just go to the tips, okay, here, and darken them a little bit. Surfaces. Hair cap. Why is there only one hair here? Top coat. To do a little sculpting on the mesh, then bring it back into Daz. Yeah, see, I was kind of saying that I didn't necessarily want to work with Blender in this particular session, that I wanted to stay in Daz, okay? But I can understand why you would want to do the sculpting on the mesh and bring it back into Daz. I mean, if you know, the thing is that if you're going to sculpt in Blender, you might want to really, you might want to do your sculpting in ZBrush. I mean, in ZBrush, as Blender's free, ZBrush is like very expensive. It's like, I think $500 a year or something. So, just to kind of draw some, and so, but if you want to do sculpting on mesh, and I think you're Anus, you're talking about clothing. The place to do that is not Blender. It's in Hexagon. Okay, and maybe I'll run and throw some stuff really quickly into. I just don't like the way this outer color is looking on here. This. Okay, okay, sculpting mesh for hair and skin. Okay, yes. Then you would want to go into Blender. The thing is that I don't believe some hair will even load in Blender from Daz, and because Daz dForce hair, I do not believe will even load in Blender. And it's because it's like this proprietary format of hair. And if you've ever tried to load hair into Blender through diffeomorphic, you'll notice that sometimes your hair just doesn't come in. and that's why. So I don't believe there's any workaround. Now there might be, you might be able to export the hair as an OBJ file. I think I'll just leave this hair like this. Maybe I'm just wondering where the other colors are here. Oh, I know what's wrong. I have to select the hair here and then select the hairs. Okay, that's how we do it. Now we've got it here, the colors. And so the outer color, this viewport color, and there are this hair 1 and hair 2. And what we're going to do is we're going to take hair 1 and copy, and we're just going to paste that to hair 2. That should make his hair a little darker on the edges. I don't think it worked. Okay, this is, which one is the outer hair? Okay, inner hair, let's see. Yeah, yeah, now the skin, sculpting the skin is easy because most all characters, their skin will go into diffeomorphic, but then what you have to do is you have to export your figure, because most people who bring their figures into Blender, they bring them in to stay. Okay, they don't bring them in to like do some work on them and bring them back to Daz. They bring them in there to stay so that they can, and what you do is you export the entire scene with diffeomorphic. You export everything in the scene, and what happens is you export the scene as a mesh, and you export the character as like bones. And so a skeletal mesh, and the other one is just as a mesh. And so you bring them in like that. I'm going to make this color a little darker and see what happens. I don't know which one is the, oh, that's the viewport color. That one, I guess, but that's not necessarily going to change the color. Okay, maybe it would. Yeah, so you want to, hair dye, hair root color, tip color. Why are they white? All right, let's go to this, and let's pick this color. This. Oh no, this right here. No, this. That's the tip. Yeah, and Ethan is a nice character. Yeah, so I recommend Ethan. He's very usable in many circumstances. So I'm not sure. Okay, let's try to darken this and see what happens. Okay, and let's try hair 1. Let's darken this again. Okay, it's not darkening the tips, so tip color. Okay, let's go here. One of these is hair 1 and hair 2. Let's hair 2 dot tip. Oh, this was another one, tip. Okay, hair dye. Oh, this is hair dye. Okay, root color. And let's just go with this here and see what happens. And now this one is our tip color. Let's try this again with this, maybe this one. I think I'm not finding the right brown. It's just like there's no good brown here. Maybe this orange. Yeah, will get us to a good brown. Tip color and the hair 1. Tip color, orange. Okay, it's just not changing for some reason. The hairs, that's it. Yeah, and the cap. Okay, so all right, now, okay, what we're going to do is go back to our environment. Let's save this. I think the environment is changing his hair, like in a way. So we go back to parameters. I'm still not done kind of talking about the the Blender stuff. Scene only. Now, okay, so now we can put a light in here. We can go now to our render studio. Okay, and we can put the infinity cove back in. I think this would be under lights. Render. I think that's all we got to type in is render. Yeah, and we have this render studio. And we go back here. And we're going to go environments. And this is our infinity cove. We put that back into the scene. Now, I'm not sure. Okay, I don't have a light in the scene yet. Remember, we turned it all off. And so let's mess with some of these lights, okay? This is a background light. This is, we have them centered. Let's put this background light in. Now that's interesting, okay? See, so these give you a good starting point for something. So that's one, so we go Z. Here's a background light 2. That is pretty cool. Z, background light 3. And that's this is really reminding me of Character Creator. You put this infinity cove in and suddenly you've got Character Creator. And background light 4. Oh, that is really nice. I could just like render that right there. That's just like really nice. And then you've got this background light. See, so these, you know, this light set, go to Daz and buy them, okay? This is the, where were we? Okay, these two. This one's 60% off, and if you got some tokens, this one is, and this set that I'm working with, this one has some massive stuff in it to it. This set with the infinity cove and all of that is $8 right now, okay? And this other one is 14. They're both worth it. Now you put them in your cart, and if you're a Daz member, you might be able to they're worth it. Buy these, okay? I will tell you that you'll really like these sets. Now, here's another one. This is the beam. Okay, what did I do wrong here? Oh, this changes the beam, okay? So what you have to select the light that you put in the scene. Okay, now here are some other lights, okay? Now we get into, this is a Rembrandt light set, okay? See, just all of a sudden you've got this. As long as your character is right in the center, you've got this massive lighting. That's just beautiful. Now, like I said, you have to turn off your scene lighting, okay? But that is beautiful. And the color, now that color that's sticking out on it doesn't bother me as much. Z, that's one. Okay, here's another one from this angle. And it's so soft, it doesn't leave this gigantic, you know, nose thing here. Look how it's just barely lighting his eye. This is beautiful. See, so this is for portrait. This is for portrait stuff, okay? It's just, and what you can do is you can look and say, how did it work? Okay, well, there's the light, okay? And there's how the light is coming down at him. So it just teaches you lighting, okay? And we'll take this and Z, go out of here. Now let's try the hard spot. Now this one's going to create let's go back in on our figure. This one's going to create some hard shadows, but it's right on the face, right directly on the face, and it's just high enough. This has been really worked where it comes down, but it doesn't create those raccoon kind of shadows. You have just enough shadow under the eye where there's a little bit of shadow. So that's a very nice light. And just look how many that comes with it. This is just every one of these. This is a hard shadow, hard spot from the left. You got this long part of his neck is gone. So this is another hard spot. Just very, very dramatic right here. So, you know, and the thing is that these lights... Okay, let me read what Anus is right after, because I solicited this information, and I may actually try to help you with this Blender stuff. Okay, to make changes to Daz characters and only use them in Daz. Example: I want to make changes to the face, or I want a different style navel using the sculpt tools. Okay. Yes, let me read this again. I'm interested in using Blender to make changes to the Daz characters only. Okay, then use them in Daz. Example, I want to make changes to the face, or I want to a different style navel. Okay, so that's just an example of, you know, the navel or any other part, or the face and all of that. And how you would, what I would recommend, okay, is for face changes, and can now would, you know, because Blender has a ton of shaping tools. ZBrush has 10 tons of shaping tools. That's exactly what ZBrush does. ZBrush is made for sculpting, okay? Blender has some really nice sculpting tools. ZBrush has like the creme de la creme. If you want to sculpt figures, sculpt them in ZBrush, okay? And ZBrush is very expensive. And what you do is, if you really want to sculpt your figures, okay, what you do is you take out a subscription for ZBrush for a year and say, okay, if I use it a lot within a year, I'll buy another year. And if you end up buying ZBrush and not using it, like then, because that's what I've been saying, is that when I get ready to use ZBrush, you know, then I'll take out the subscription and I'll try it for a year and see. And if I don't, you know, because that's where you save money, is buying the year subscription, laying some money down and buying. You save money by buying the annual thing. I think it might go down to $35. But what I will just say that when you export your figure, okay, you don't need the textures on them. You don't need the, you don't necessarily even need their eyes and teeth and stuff like that. You can add, all you need is the shape of your figure, and you also, so it kind of makes Blender have to work a lot less when they don't have to deal with eyebrows and hair and all kinds of other stuff. And what you do is you export your figure in base, okay, in base, and in the base geometry. And then what you do is you have to make sure that you don't like do any kind of massive change to the figure, that you don't go in and redo the topography, okay? And the topography is like the little lattice, the little like chicken wire thing that they're made out of. They have to have all the same points. You can move them around, you can drag them around, but you cannot remove make the topography, because when you go to bring the character back in, then the skins and yes, only minor changes. So Anus, that's not going to be too hard for you to learn to do, to bring your characters in, to export them as an FBX. And what you do is you write when that dialog box pops up, okay? You open a notepad or Microsoft Word or any kind of word processor, Open Office. You open that up and you write down all of the export parameters, okay? And then you bring it in, you do some tests. You bring it into Blender and you just move a few things, and stretch a few things, and then you bring it back out and save it as an FBX and write down all of the FBX parameters that you use to export. And then you bring it back into Daz, and then you try putting the skins back in, put the teeth back in, put the eyes in, or put some hair on, and see if you can put their skin back on by just going to the figure and putting the skin on their figure. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, then you know that set of parameters doesn't work. So then, if it works to get it into Blender, that's fine. But when you come back out of Blender, and if it doesn't work to bring it back into Daz, then what you do is you change something. You change one thing, and then you bring it back in. So you save it in Blender, and you save it right once you get it in. You save it, and sometimes it could be in the export where it changed the topography. And so you just have to make sure that you don't change the vertices and you don't change any of things, that it stays, that you keep all of the same things. You may not want to export all the morphs with it. And I'm not sure. I don't know a lot of this, but you may not want to export morphs with it because that can really kind of load up Blender. No, this is fine. I don't mind. Habib, I'll get back into this, Habib. I think I've kind of given Habib like a lot of really good stuff here, okay? So I would just, I would play with it, and I think you're right, Anus, is that I should do some kind of tutorial on another tutorial. I should revisit taking a character out of Daz, exporting them to Blender. I don't even have my Blender back. Oh, I do have Blender down. Blender just has a new version out, and now I have to reset up Blender, the new version, and put all kinds of import stuff into it and all that to set it up to use it, which I probably should. So, but yeah. So like that's what I would do. Is just what you do is you select your character and then you put you go File, Export, and you come up here, give this and export as an FBX, write down all the parameters, and then load that into Daz, and eventually what'll happen is you will refine that FBX export and until it goes into Blender the way you want it to go in, and just always remember to go into your parameters and export it as base, okay? That's one thing that I know you have to do, is export it as base, and then you, so when you export it out, write down the FBX parameters, and if it works the first time, then you've got it. You've got it, and the deformation tools in Blender, the sculpting tools, they shouldn't change the geometry. They should just move the geometry around. It shouldn't literally change the topography of your figure. But the topography can be changed through the export process. And so once you get the export out of Blender right and the export out of Daz right and the export out of Blender right, then you've got this master plan. I call it a program. Then you've got a program where you do this, do this, do this, do this, then export, and then you have it all written down. And so then the next time you need to do it, you just go back to that page and you have all of your settings, all of your parameters, and write down everything there. It's just much better to be, because like a month later when you try to do it again, you might have missed one little thing that's very important. And so write it all down. And that's the way you learn it. So let's go back now to this and let's just play around with a few more of these. This is another hard spot. Oh, that's beautiful. Look how his hair looks right there. And we don't have our infinity cove here. Let's put the infinity cove back in. This would be environments, infinity cove. And then let's put something on the infinity cove. I think we already have some. I think it's black and white. This would be shaders. Oh, look at these. Abstract. I have to click surfaces, infinity cove, back to here. Okay. Look, these are the so there's a couple of different infinity cove. There's these, and then there are materials for the infinity cove, I think. There were some other infinity cove things. Okay, maybe it was in the lights. No. Materials. Render settings. Okay, props. Okay. No, I guess it's these shaders. Oh, there's some down here. Okay. So you have some infinity cove ones here. And these are just plain, like simple infinity cove, almost white, abstract. And then you have some really cool, like bokeh ones. Look at this. All right, so I think the only, okay, now you can see that this is just a hard spot now, but when we get down back to lights, when we get down into some of these soft side, let's see what this is. Now look, you can add this soft side and that soft side. Okay, it actually, I thought you could right click. We can merge. Okay, you can only put one light set in at a time. Isn't that weird? And I don't know if you can actually use other lights. Here, let's see, default. Yeah, so you can put other lights in, but you just can only use one light set from his. And now there were, what about lights? Yeah, okay, thank you, Ed. I will do something, because it wouldn't hurt for me to brush up on my Blender export, import, export of figures as well. Look how beautiful his skin looks here. This is just really, really nice. Now, I thought there was also some lights, like multi-light setups here, and I'm not seeing them here. Okay, let's see. Soft light spot controller. Okay, this changes the controller of the spot. Rim, okay, this is a rim light. Okay, see, I didn't see any rim lights here in these lights, but let's see. They're all Iray. Spot, okay. Okay, these are the rim lights. Let's see what they do. Now that is cool. There's another one. I don't know why these lights only allow one at a time here. you'd think you'd want to use like a rim light and a okay, merge. No, they just they're one at a time. That's it. So so you could use this light and then use the Daz lights light spot. Now we can look at this and see that this light, and now what you can do is also look at this light and say, okay, what kind of parameters did they use for this light? How did they, what did they do with the spread angle and the beam exponent? And it says ray trace, shadow type, ray trace, software only, the deep shadow map. How did that really change that? So you can come in here and kind of play with these a little bit. The deep shadow map, like what is that? This is a ray traced. Well, that certainly looks sweeter than the deep shadow map, I think. The deep shadow map is a little bit harsh compared to, but yeah, that's definitely softer looking. And now this is geometry light is a cylinder. Like, who knew that you would get this from a cylinder light? And when we come out of here, it's hidden for some reason. There's some magic going on here. Okay. Now, if we were to just switch that to a disc, see, that's just not the same. And rectangle, okay, point. Well, they're kind of similar, but the cylinder just really does something there. It just completely melds with his look. And you know, I wonder if this light is actually like using this figure. I don't see where it says point at or anything. It's just pointing at 0. It says it point at none. What if we were to point at Ethan? Now see, that just threw the light way off. Z. So, all right, now let's, we got our infinity cove, which is kind of cool. Let's try that other light set and see. Octane render, okay. This would be lights. All right, this is 52 degrees right. Okay, those are properties, cancel. Okay, environments, okay. Oh, we have a large infinity cove. Render settings, okay. Backlight rig. Okay, that may be behind our infinity cove. Let's see. Let's delete the infinity cove. Okay, that says render zip. That's not an actual. Let's try one of these saturated. Okay, here, look at this. Now, what have we got? We've got, okay, this put the infinity cove back in. This put an entire, and this is a much larger infinity cove than the other one. Okay, let's Z. No, maybe, okay, let's take the infinity cove. Maybe see what happens if it puts it back in. No. Yeah, it put the, now where is that light coming from? Is this like, okay, there, look at this light. Wow. So now this is using mesh lights to achieve some really nice lighting effects. This is somebody who knows their way around the studio. Yeah, I'm not sure how good Maya renders because I don't own Maya, but this is definitely a Daz render, okay? Because Daz, I think, has some. I think Daz has some of the really nicest textures, and this. Look, he's just beautiful. My gosh. Just right out of the box, Ethan is. So, wow. So this, I'm not seeing where these lights are coming from. Okay, they're planes. But where is it putting the plane? I'm not, is it putting them in our figure? The shorts, eyes, mouth, hip, Ethan? See, this is very peculiar that I don't even see any. Can I put two of them in? No, it just changes them. And this is definitely these very large. And how is it doing this? I don't even. Oh, maybe they're hidden. I bet they're hidden. Show hidden nodes, select. There's something very strange going on here. Okay, now we look up here. What I want to do is like I can't select the light to. Okay, let's go out far enough and maybe we can see the light up here. That's, oh. Oh. This is some kind of environment light. Let's go to parameters. This is a sphere. How clever. Okay, finite sphere. When we draw the dome, it's off. Okay, so it's using the, I've never seen a finite dome like this. Because now there's a way to make this larger, dome radius. Yeah. So you can move it out and in. I thought it was putting an infinity cove in here, but it's okay. So that means what you can do, literally, here's our image. Oops, I changed it to eyes. Okay, let's go back to our content here. What happens when we change? We're just changing the dome, okay? And there's putting an image on the dome. These lights, this is a major, awesome light set. Okay, and this is an EXR file. It has two colors that are coming down. This is what gives us, this is amazing. See, I've never seen the finite sphere used quite like this. Iray is a beautiful render anus. It really is. I think it's superior to like all of the renders like right now. When I think of why would Unreal, now I'm seeing some problems here with the I think this image that's on our environment map doesn't have enough bits in it, okay? Because we're getting that this is beautiful. Just really, really nice. Because we're getting this banding effect. Now let's try some soft, let's see what this soft light does. Is this the same thing, these environment? Okay, this is called Render Studio 3 HDRI. And so that's what we're dealing with, is these parameters. And they're all these finite spheres. Dome and scene, okay. See, this is very nice. It's just very kind of, all right, so what happens when we put in the infinity cove? It's going to cut through our lighting. Okay, so we go now to, but not completely. It doesn't cut through the front lighting, but it's going to cut through the back lighting. Wow, look at that. They've actually added like these suns to the image that stretched around. So basically you could take this image here, this parameters, this image here, go here, browse, and it doesn't show them what they are. Well, I have to look and see what this was called. Blur light 01. Okay, I got disconnected. My cameras are still working. We're on 2 hours and 36 minutes. Okay, blur light 01. Okay. Let's go here. Browse. Blur light 01. Let's open this with Photoshop. Open with. Here we go. Okay. Oh, this is Adobe Audition. It's a WAV file. No, I think I opened the wrong one. Blur light, open with. Adobe Photoshop. Let's try this. Yes, you can open HDRIs and EXRs in Photoshop. And then you just save them as an EXR, or I believe you can export them as an EXR. If not, you would just export it as an HDRI then, I guess. I'm not sure. This is Photoshop Beta 2.58. I haven't even used this one. M2580. Wow, maybe we've got the new, wow. This just got, maybe just got installed yesterday. This would be nice if they had the thing I needed. Okay, it's these Photoshop. They crash on my computer now. They stop at some point. They just go to initialize and stop. And what I have to do is close them and reopen them. Close the program. Now we just open it again and it'll work. Open with. Oh, this is Photoshop 2023. Okay, so it's doing the same thing with 2024 Photoshop. I don't think I've used this. I wish Windows would just like remember and say, you know, he uses the 2024 version. It's like, why offer me 2023? I just leave this like that as an alpha, I guess. This is it. Okay, this is that image. So what we'll do is we'll take and just play with it. Do something different with it. So we're going to take the brush tool and we're going to go here with the size and soft. Hardness would be so like this, okay? A little bigger. And let's make this one and this one right here we'll make a little smaller, and we'll make this color pink, and I didn't expect that color. Okay. And was the flow 80 smoothing? What's opacity? Let's bring that down just a little. Okay, and then these ones we go with yellow. Make this one a little bit. And then why is that bulging out like that? And Z, hardness is like, what happened to flow? Did I like pick a hard round? Z, opacity, flow. No, it's just like really hard on the outside, opacity. Smoothing. All right, let's just leave the opacity up. Make it yellow. And then this one here, we'll go with red. So I don't even recognize that. Okay, now we're going to go File, Save a copy. Now I think this should, okay, EXR, it pops right up. So we just want to take Blue Light 01, Edit. Save. You should really save these into your own folders, I guess. So let's see. And now we go back to Daz. We load this one in. There it is. Now we go back to our, now we have to turn this, delete this infinity cove. And what we can do is rotate this. So we can, this is very easy to kind of rotate now. Go back to the perspective view. Let's select Ethan. Go down here. That's kind of interesting. You can actually see the colors in the... So now we can go into this parameters, select the environment options. We can change the intensity, like maybe go up to 5. Or we can go 2, go back to 2 here just for so we can change things. We could change the tint to like purple, so it'll give it everything a kind of purplish tint. And we can rotate it. So, all right, so lighting. Iray's beautiful render. Beautiful it is. And we go back now to, so we just click on another one of these, and what we get is, look at all the rendering. These are all HDRs. And so they're all going to give, now what I don't like is this banding here. Oh, and what that would mean is that the EXR file that's being used, we go into parameters, that this EXR file, this is window 01L EXR, and I can almost see, yeah, I can almost see that banding in the gray. What that means is, what you do is you just take, if you really like this particular image, what they've done with this, you would bring it into Photoshop, expand, make it larger, and then convert it to let's see, this one is called window 01L EXR. Let's find one that I like better before we, so you just have to fill this with a better color, with something that's higher bit rate. Art, have a wonderful evening. Yes, okay. You take care. We're gonna, I don't know if I'm gonna be here much longer tonight. Thank you for all the likes today, people. And yeah, we have another show kind of almost in the can here. Let's see what this soft light looks like. Thank you, Art. Yes, I'm gonna have this. My lens is showing up on Saturday, so I should have the lens I need for my video. Right now, I have this issue. I don't know if anybody understood that, but it's like I'm actually zoomed way in, like a digital zoom, through OBS Studio, and so I'm trying to fix that soft light. This looks kind of greenish. So you have a wonderful evening. You take care. Oh, look at this. This is nice. So, yeah, I'm going to do, oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much. I think tonight was the first, like if you notice the color of my hands, they're actually the color kind of look like they would be the same person's hands. It's like, no, actually I have a typist who they live in Singapore or something, and they do all the typing for me. And yes, say hi, hello. They do it in sign language. So, but yeah, they do all my typing for me, and I just, and they have different hands. So, but they kind of look. I have this thing where I can now change the temperature of me, or I can change the temperature of my hands to kind of blend them together. I'm not using white balance, I'm using temperature. So, and that works. It works so I can warm me up if I need to and kind of blend my hands to look like the same color as me. So yes, that works. Now this is the HDR Studio lights. Let's just take this render out and let's see what other light kits I have. So we're going to go back to the render studio, which would be here in parameters. And back to the environment lights, and we're going to turn that back off again. Dome and scene, scene only. That just totally, that whole thing about using the finite scene, putting an image on that, being able to change the size of that, I don't believe that was around when I first started Daz. I think that's that whole, but that's weird because, yes, this HDRI, because I would have known about that, and it's just like because I tried messing with the finite and it never worked like that, but now it does. It seems like it does. Something's changed with that. So we're going to go into lights, and we're looking for some more light sets, and we're going to go highest first. These are different light sets. That's not quite what I'm looking. Shadows and gels. Let's try this. Oh, look at this. This is another light set kind of thing. So we'll select Ethan. All right, now lights. Wow, and this would cast those lights. And look at this. So you just, I don't like the fact that this is visible in the scene, but I guess it gives you an effect if you get close enough to your figure and they're just cut out of it. Now that's light set 1. What if I add 2 light sets? Oh, it lets you add 2. Let's take light set 1 off. When I set light set 2 off, okay, we're in the dark. Light set 3. Okay, Z. Light set 4. That is nice. I like that. So it's very nice having art here. As long as we did, this is very nice too. So obviously, okay, now let's see what this light is, okay? What it has, obviously, it's got this piece, and then it's got something, and I think the light that's shining on that is this, maybe? Oh, Daz crashed again. Close. Well, I saved Nathan, so I just have to go back to the light set. Nathan is in here. I'm doing a lot of things with Daz. Okay, my hands. There's my hands. I'm getting hungry too. I have some egg salad in the fridge. So maybe an egg salad sandwich. I'm trying to diet again, you know. So open, recent, Ethan in Infinity. Would you like to save the changes? No. So yeah, and I've got this big light here. That's me. And you can see like that I'm little speckles. It's like these little teeny speckles around. That's because I'm zoomed in on myself, and it's so the megapixels and stuff, you can actually see them one by one. So that's me up close. So here we go. Let's bring Nathan back in. So I would say we're probably going to be 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes more. And then we'll see. So this is exactly where we want it. We want him dark here, so we can go now back to our light set. All products. And we're going to go to lights. Light sets. Let's see what's in here. And we don't want recent first, we want highest first. We want to go from the latest products back in time. Slowly back in time. Okay, have I moved this? Maybe a little bit here. All right, let's see what we have. Rim light rig 2. Okay, cinematic. All right, so this looks like, okay, light sets. Wow. Okay, those are shaders, render. Okay, so we do this first. Light plane. Wow, okay. Light sets. These are render. Okay, this is for bloom. Okay. So these are for changing the lights, increase transparency. Okay, so we're going to try a light plane. Wow, that's nice right there. And it, see, these are one of the newest. It gives you that rim all around the figure. So that is nice, and it's invisible. So, okay, well, it looks like there's like a stop sign here. Okay, maybe that won't actually render in the render. Let's see, go to render, general. Let's go 2000. Let's go to our progressive render, maximum samples, maximum time. I like to shut it off when I want to. And render. Please don't have a stop sign in the light. That kind of makes it, where's the stop? Where's the render? Okay, well, it wouldn't show. Oh, yeah, it's gone. So this is nice. Look at that. Beautiful back render. Just rim light all the way around. Very, very, very nice. So, you know, I've learned stuff. This, if it wasn't for, was it a noose? No, if it wasn't for a noose, or was it, take me over here. Who was the one who suggested this? Habib, who suggested lighting. I wouldn't be learning all this stuff. So, about my lights, these light products that I haven't. So, yeah, it's nice to have people in your life that, that bring you into different parts of, so these, okay, close. This light set is something that, okay, now this is light plane aqua. Let's get rid of this. Now, let's try this one. Oh, that's nice. Z. Let's just try these light planes. And that's what these are. They're invisible planes with this whole new invisible plane thing. And they've got some little trick now to make that little red line around it that doesn't actually render with it. And this one doesn't seem to be doing anything. Okay, look at this. We have a light pointer, and a rim light. Which one is which? Okay. All right, this is light plane black. Okay, well, he's already black, so not sure why I would want that. Let's see, light plane blue-green. Okay, that's from behind again. Look at this. He's the Hulk. That's amazing right there too. Wow. Okay, I think we need like one of we need some kind of infinity cove again. So I could go here and go cove. And we go to default. And there's the infinity cove. Let's get the one here from the smaller one. Look at that now. What happens when we use the larger one? That's because then it's out of the way from our lights. Look at this. Yes. That's not much bigger than the other one, actually. So this is nice, and we don't have that gray background. Okay, so let's get rid of this rim light and light pointer. I'm not sure exactly what this light pointer does, but you can select these and you can go into either parameters or surfaces. Okay, so this would be surfaces. No, parameters, light pointer. There are no parameters here. Constraints, display, but the rim light would have some. In surfaces, no, wow. How do you change? Okay, rim light, okay, light plane. Okay. Look at how many light planes are here. Oh. Okay, now what if, and each plane, oh wow, is a different color. So they're, wow, and they're all invisible planes going around the subject. So you would want the subject to be right inside of this kind. Oh, this, unless you want the back, a backlight kind of thing. So you'd want to select the whole rim light rig. Oh, that's the wrong one. And bring it out like this. Try this. Oh, that lights him like that, but then you end up with the rim light. Okay, this, it's not supposed to be in front of him because this is a rim light, and that's what it does exactly, is it gives you that light from behind. Okay, and now this is light. Now this says light plane. This does not say, okay, light plane. Okay, actually, I thought that said rim light, but it doesn't. RL, R2. Yeah, these are definitely rim lights because they're expecting the figure to be sitting right there. All right, so, oh yeah, this is called Rim Light Rig 2. This is amazing. Look at that. And then he'll render just completely. You render in and the rig is gone. It's invisible. Very nice rig. Amazing, and the planes are actually hidden. Okay. Let's save this so we don't have to go through this again. We can't save it until we're done rendering. Look at this. And then we're going to have some front lights too. Wow, this is nice. And we need some dForce on these shorts. Okay, yes, would you like to cancel the render? Yes. Look at the pattern that's being left on the ground, on the floor, from the planes. And there is a way to turn that off. Okay, and I believe you go into these, you have to select each plane, and there's a way to go in, or there's a way to run a script, I believe, and then it doesn't show the plane in the reflection. So just keep that in mind, okay? Because, okay, can I turn that off? Okay, let's try the blue plane. Rim light. These are just rim lights, but yeah, they work. And it would be, okay, and then we have this light sets, and we can take and select the rim light. Okay, we're going to get rid of this light pointer. I don't know what that's doing there, but I don't think we need it. Let's see. Let's take this out and go back to the rim light again. And the blue one, we have Iray. This is circus plane. Okay. Wow. See? Okay, now when you do this, yeah, it does. It puts a light pointer and the light rig, and I'm not sure exactly how that works, what this light pointer actually is. So, but it puts that in, and what we can do now, oops, what did I do here? Back to light sets. Okay, this is so cool. All right, this is the rim light too. Now we can go here, bloom on. Let's see what that does. That just turns the bloom. Okay, bloom on. That didn't do too much. Bloom off. Oh, I have the environment turned off. That might do it. Backlight. We'll select this rig light. Okay, that didn't do anything. Spotlight fire. Okay. Oh, then we have spotlights. Wow. Z. Now, are those in front? No, they're still on the rim light. Z. Wow. Look how that just totally really did some rim light stuff. See, this is complex lighting. This is some really complex lighting that I have never even conceptualized. Yes, I do have these, you know, these 4 lights, you know, and the plane is also a light. So you'd have these the 2 radials, the distant and the spotlight, and the plane primitives, which can be turned into planes. But how often do I turn a primitive into a light, you know? So, and let's try some. Okay, there's spotlight. These are purple and green. Wow. Just purple. Oh, I think bloom is still on. Because that's doing something really funky now. That's nice. And this pink one. I think I've got bloom on. Bloom off. Yeah, bloom was on. It bloom off again. Maybe I got several. Backlight, aqua backlight, Z. Okay, now let's take these lights out. Okay, again, we'll go back and put, all right, so these are all the light planes. Top only. Z. Yellow plane. Wow. Kind of reminds me of Patrick Swayze in Ghost. If they had those effects back then, you know, it would have been like really amazing. And Z. Now, let's see, subtle. When I change this, you can put more than one in. You need the light pointer and the, but yeah, you can put a couple of these in. All right, so this is the rim light with sharp shadows. Wow. And this one doesn't cast any, oh, they are little teeny, notice little teeny specks on the floor. Let's see what this looks like rendered. Thank you for the likes, people. You are very good to me. Very good. Very nice. Now let's see what this looks like. I just have a feeling this is going to crash again. Wow. Come on, reticulate. There we go. Wow. That is really nice. Now, if we used, I wonder if we could use this along with the Render Studio like a soft light on the side. This would be really nice now. That is very nice. So let's try doing that. Let's combine these lights. Let's save this. Now let's go to Render Studio and use one of those lights, Render Studio. My camera's still going. All right. Angus, we haven't had Angus here today unless he's being very quiet, like a little mouse. Where are you, Angus? Let's try this. Yes, see, we have both now. Let's render that. Now that's the soft side. Let's render this. That's a little bit strong, but let's just render it. Let's see what it looks like. Do, 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 do. Come on. So yeah, even though you can only have one Render Studio light in at a time, it really comes through on the light that you can actually have in there. I kind of messed up the hair color, I think, by going and putting all those colors in there. But this will take a while to reticulate. Let's cancel this. See, this will need to go up to, well, 1,000, and it's still, the arm is still, it's going to take a while for these little, maybe I have to go up to 6,000 to get rid of them. This is very, 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 very nice. Little bit of 5 o'clock shadow, some chest hair, and kind of dial down. This kind of looks animate, looks like a little too much. Cancel the body. We got to dial down a little bit. It's just way too much. Cancel. So let's go here to. So you put him in on the Daz store and say it's AI. See everybody say, no, that's not AI. We can tell Daz figures. We can tell. All right, so we go here. Let's select Ethan. Now I think I like this side spot, but it's just a little too much. Let's try some of these other spots first before we go out. Well, how about a one from the left? Glancing Rembrandt. Let's try this. Yeah, see that? That might be a little bit better. Now you see, I don't normally notice that my figures have no rim light, you know? But this definitely does have a rim light. See, so just keep that in mind now, that the importance of these rim lights. So we'll save this. And my gosh, his body, I don't know how his body got, so I don't think that's his body from, but we go to the parameters currently used, Ethan body. Let's dial it down some, and I think we're going to end up with the zygote, and we're going to have to dial up the male. Yeah, let's just take the body off here. Let's mess with let's get Ethan. back to, yeah, he's got, something's wrong with Ethan. What, will we take this one down? Yeah, that's the head, part of the head. Okay, let's see, we got to go to masculine body. There we go. And then we can go here back to maybe add a little bit more of Ethan's body here. They forgot to put the masculine body on. Okay. No, that's just not working. There's something kind of really wrong with... All right, well, we have other bodies we can add to this. But I think that's fine, just kind of the way it is right there. Not really, but we got to do something with the abs look weird. Let's just bring the masculine... Oh, then we're going to end up with the boobs back. All right, so we'll do some other body things. Let's see, we got other bodies we can add. Body. What would be actor? Full body. And Callan. Oh, there's something really strange going on here with this guy. Okay, what we have to do, I think, is we have to take, and instead of using masculine body for Callan, we just take this masculine and we try male. We'll try using the male body. Male. Genesis 8 male body. That didn't work. Just a little bit of it. No, here. Oh, what a mess. Okay, what I've got to do is we've got to dial this down. We've got to dial the male body down. Take the Callan body off. We're going to end up with the shorts. No, we have to do the male body, or else we're going to end up with this masculine. Stocky, muscular. Okay, let's take the stocky down. Just bring up the muscular. Okay. That's not working. All right, what if we go back. Ethan. Come back. Now I'm in the wrong place. Ethan. Yes, they do make the character pop. They really add something. You know, it's just today I've learned something about the rims. Ethan head. What if we just use a little bit of the Ethan body? We still got boobs here. Okay, so we bring it down a little bit. Okay, we bring the body down. Just want enough. And bring the HD down. It's just a little too much on the HD. Okay. Now I have save. Currently used. Masculine. So if we bring this down a little bit, let the boobs kind of come back, then we go here to breasts masculine. This is like what it's just, this is the nightmare of having the male and the female put together, because now even his face kind of has a feminine look to it, and it's just like it's almost impossible to get the feminine part out of him. It's just, and it's the light, it's the angle of the light that makes it evident that there's a problem. What if we go with this? This is Victoria masculine. Oh, that didn't work. This is like a nightmare. Base masculine body. Okay, this may have worked. Now I've just found something here, this base masculine. So we have to take the other ones off. The currently used, this, what was this, VinMe? Yeah. There's still something kind of messed up here. Base masculine. All right, well, I'm not going to focus too much on this now. We're going to try to get him to look at the camera. And what I want to do is simulation settings, see if these, I think these pants are, we don't need the start bones. Let's see if we can get these pants to hang a little better on him. Kind of look dumb. There we go. Yep. I need to get a little closer and see if he's actually looking at us. All right. Save. It's this little part right here, this little edge that's bugging me. I don't know. Okay, let's let's go look for breast. That's what you have to look up to kind of fix. Okay, it wouldn't be in there, it would be in parameters. Breast. Okay, let's go to this. See if you can still see it here. Kind of. Breast fullness lower, breast fullness, breast gone, breast heavy, breast large. Shape 2. Bigger reduction. That might be it. Let's see what happens when we go back to Iray. Yeah, see, that's a little better, but now it doesn't look right. Where's the breast reduction? Bring it up a little more. This way. There. That did kind of do it. All right, so we give him some body hair. Hair. Body. Body language. All right, let's just put it all on him. All items with thinner roots. This takes a while. Now this is why, you know, again, I'm going to reiterate what I said in the last video because this is going to take a while. Let's get rid of this. That use Genesis 9 figures, people. Do not use Genesis 8 figures anymore, okay? Because it's just, the Genesis 9 figures just have so much more going for them. You go to use the body and you realize you don't have the same hair and the same hair. The Genesis 9 hair was really difficult to work with. It wasn't impossible, but it was difficult. Their skin tones, look how natural his skin tone looks. The skin tones always look sometimes reddish. They just would keep working and messing with the skin tones. And then you put two figures together. It's just so much easier. It takes probably about 5 minutes for this hair to snap to his body. So, yeah, I don't know why it takes so long for this hair to snap, but once it snaps to his body, this is the best hair ever. And then it's just like, why would you want to use Genesis 8 when you have this body hair? Once it actually snaps to his body. So, and you can trim, you can hide parts of this hair. This is the best hair that's ever been made for Genesis 8, for Genesis 9, Genesis 8, Genesis 8.1 males. It's just the best hair. And there's probably going to be even more awesome hair come out because of this Omni shader. This has the Omni shader. And it already, I can tell right now, once that snaps to his body, we have our progress meter down here in the bottom, this 11% right now. It's slow. It takes a while, and all of a sudden it'll snap to his arms. The only problem with this particular hair set, it doesn't come with armpit hair, but that's okay, because we have other Genesis 9 to just throw the other armpit hair on from another Genesis 9 hair set. But this hair is, you can already tell, like just looking at the legs here, this area looks so... Anus, good night, good night. I said I was only going to be another 15 minutes. We've been 3.5 hours, and my camera is still going. There's got a little square on my eye. It's tracking my eye, and it's saying, okay, I can still see your eye. Yes, it's tracking my eye. So, yes, I know what you're doing because I can see the little square. Thank you for being here, Anus. You have a wonderful night. I hope this was learning. I hope you learned. You've added some very nice remarks and critiques and observations to this chat. It wouldn't be as nice without you. So thank you for coming here and putting your time into this channel. It's very nice. You make it a much nicer place. Have a nice night. You and oh, that was sweet. We had Art here. He again, Art's awesome. And the music, I'm just so amazed at how much of a connoisseur of music you are. So I didn't get to sing for you tonight, but I'm sparing you. Okay, just a little bit of singing. I did a little bit of Bob Seger. So, but have a wonderful night. Take care. Thank you for being here. You take care. So, yeah, we're, I've got some egg salad calling. My name's Rex. Rex. Yes, it's in the refrigerator right now, and I'm going to put it in between some oatmeal bread and have myself and some little pieces of lettuce. So, yeah, I sprinkled some celery seeds in my egg salad. It's yummy. It's good. Some black pepper. Yeah, so, yeah, so that was very nice of Anus to say that he looks forward to the next time. It will be soon, maybe tomorrow. You guys are going to get sick of me. No, I hope not. Please don't. Please. It's 8:49 where I live. It's 8 o'clock. Everybody else lives in different time zones. So, you know, I think I know why, you know, because Art's off to bed already. You know, he went to get dinner, I think. And so, yeah, the Daz and Blender tutorial is coming. So we'll be doing something with that. Now that just took a huge jump. Okay, what just snapped? I think his arm hair on the right arm maybe snapped. Oh, the chest hair snapped on. So it's almost done. The chest hair takes the longest, I think. Okay, look at that now. I think he's got to have some kind of, all right, we got to take the chest hair down a little bit. It's just a little too much. So where's the chest? I think the arms are fine. The legs are fine. It's just the chest is just way too much. I think I just having problems with his chest. So materials, okay. So somewhere here, okay. Oh, look at this. Bristles, armpit patches. Okay. This may be the set that actually has armpit stuff. Okay, this is the, I think, I don't know, but this is definitely the, let's see, surfaces, emission color. No, okay, so this isn't the set that I was thinking of. I don't think this set has, this isn't the one with, I keep getting that wrong, but that's okay. We can just easily go now into surfaces and take the cutout down a little bit on the chest hair. That might be a little too much. And we'll take the arm hair down a little bit too. That's still a little too much. Okay. And where's the arms? We'll bring them down about the same. The legs are fine. Okay, so I think his hair is too dark. The chest hair, let's see, where are the materials? Okay, we have brown, we have black. That's the default, is this one. I think the brown, this is red. Red hair is so hard to get right in Daz. So we'll try brown. I don't know if we have to have this selected here. We do have it selected. Brown. And we'll go arms, brown, see if that changes. And the back, I don't think we even need back hair, but hell, it's too late now. Now the arms, I think when I did that, it brought the hair back. So it changed this, okay, chest, feet, hands, legs, those are all fine. We're just gonna go back. Okay, I changed the chest. Now we have to go back to parameters. And no, it wouldn't be parameters, it would be surfaces. Yes, it put the cutout back. And on the arms as well. There we go. Still too much on the chest. Surfaces. Too much on the arms as well. You know, it's good that there's too much, because if you needed more and there wasn't, that would really kind of suck. You can always bring it down. And the chest is going to come down a little more. It's the brightness of the darkness that makes his kind of neck look too white, and when we bring the hair down a little, it just starts to blend in better. That's what I'm looking at, is how it's blending with the neck, and the neck was just like really like light, and it wasn't blending with the chest. It was like just dark brown and then a whole other kind of world above his clavicles, I guess those are called. I'm not sure what they're called. All right, so there's still too much chest hair. I'm wondering if I should try that other hair set. But let's see, let's just bring it down a little more. Okay, I think that's good. Yeah, that works now. I think it's that what's bothering me is that he's so muscular, and I don't usually work with like figures that are so muscular. Go to parameters, Ethan, and currently used. Where's the Ethan body? Let's bring the body down a little more now that we kind of fixed the breasts. We don't need quite as much of all this cut. No, I think I need the cut back because now it looks like it's just his chest has just got lines that I don't know what to do with this body. It's just not working. It's almost like they made the body from a totally different new kind of figure, or maybe they, okay, that might be better. Then we just do this breast reduction. Masculine body. I think I made it worse. What's this abdomen smoothing? Is this what it is? Is this what's doing that? What's this F? Maybe for female? You know, I guess it must be difficult, like taking, you know, I'd look at it from the male perspective of kind of getting rid of the breasts and everything. I can't do anything with this body right now. I'm kind of tempted to just like take it and just give his head to a completely different body, but I think maybe the problem I'm having with the body is in his skin texture, that they've like painted in these. This hair is just horrible. So I'm having the worst trouble with this, okay? It just looks like a caveman here with his hair. So it's not this hair right here. This isn't the right hair, I think. Armpit pad. This is the one with armpits and all. It's another hair set. Okay, so the hair is gone. Now he looks a little bit better. All right, now let's find the other hair set. I could use painted on hair. I don't think it's showing up all the hair. Okay, let's try this. We'll go with the body shell. It makes him darker, but then we have to put the material on. Let's try this. No, maybe not that one here. Oh, we'll try one, and we're going to try one. See what it looks like. This is painted on hair, Z. Okay, now this one looks kind of modest. That one's working. The arms. How do we fix the arms? Surfaces. Arms. Cut out opacity. And the legs. All right. Let's see what happens when we render him. Okay. I think his body's okay. Now, I think maybe I reduced his breasts a little too much, but yeah, I'm just having like serious problems with, maybe it's the HD. I don't know what it is. When I take it down though, that it seems to all still be there, but it's like painted on like, I don't remember him having this body being so darn, I don't know what made his body so kind of grotesquely. I don't see anything in the, he doesn't have the kind of face that matches this body here. The hair is okay now. It's okay on the arms. It seems to be okay. Just cancel, and he probably needs a little bit of 5 o'clock shadow here. But it's that darn like chest that is like rock solid, like kind of like, how do I get rid of it? And here we go. Let's gonna try take the to parameters. Let's just turn off the HD part like that. Get rid of this. HD body. I think that worked. And let's bring the breasts back up a little bit. Oh, let's just take this off. Why does this have this FN Ethan? When I change this, it changes his head. Oh, okay. So we take off the FN Ethan, and then we put the head back on. Okay, that makes sense. And now I think that kind of fixed. Some things here. Then we go to the, I don't know that I think I've done this before with Nathan's body. It's just like, it's like you run around in circles trying to take the feminine out of his body, and it's like impossible to do. It's just, it seems like his nipples should be over this way a little bit more. It's just, and, I know there's probably a way to fix that stuff, but it's just, I don't know what it is about his body. And I don't know that I can fix it. Masculine body. We'll bring this back up. And then we bring this back over like this. think that's the best I can do on his body. Now, this is the new hair. Let's get a little closer and kind of see what this looks like. You see, that looks pretty good, even though it's painted on. I think, you know, the painted on hair sometimes looks the most realistic of any of them, except when you know, look at their arm from the side and say, oh, this actually just, there's no hair there. But I think what we should do is put some jeans on him instead of these kind of like Hawaii pants. So let's find some jeans. Jeans, default. Wardrobe. Let's try these. Jeans here. And now we got to take off the shorts. That's much better. Save this. What if we do something with the Infinity Cove? Give it some materials, products, out of here, materials. Filter by context. That's cool. That's really nice. That's kind of nice too. I think that one kind of matches the colors going on with him. That one's subtle. I haven't heard from Angus tonight. He hasn't said a word. All right, we're going to render with that. We'll save this. And let's he looks a tiny bit feminine and in his face, and one way to fix that is to give him some facial hair. Materials, Ethan. Default, hair, base. Let's try this. See what it looks like. That works. It just kind of took him to a different level. Save this. All right. I think we're just going to render this. I kind of think a belt would look nice on him, but how easy would that be to do? Belt. Gladiator belt. Okay, we're going to have to mess with this. All right, let's put a camera in. Create, new camera, this, that. Let's go to favorites, most used, lock the camera. Now let's go to the perspective view and mess with this belt. Okay, it's only just a few spots we got to work on. Tools, mesh grabber. It's the belt. Belt. Pull that out there. I think I've got to pull that. Yeah, we got to pull something out here. Okay. I didn't do that right. Okay, we got to make this larger. 9. Okay, I think I pulled that out too far. They're not going to see this anyway, as long as the front's done. I'm not going to mess with that. Just did take too long. And I've kind of, I'm ready. So my video did not turn off tonight, so we're now you see his hair disappears when we're in mesh grabber mode. Gosh, I never forget wondering why is his hair disappeared? It also does it in geometry editor mode. So when your hair disappears, you know what's up. All right, let's see. Necklace. All right, we got to go here. Let's do the guitar. Yeah. All right. I guess that's going to do it for me. I still don't like the way these lines go here. They look like they're painted on or something. They just don't. I don't know. And I think the only way to fix it would be to like edit the skin. I think they're like painted into the skin or something. It's just, I don't know. They don't look right. They kind of look like scars, almost like they're scarred right into his skin. That's the way it's going to be. So what we do is we go to parameters, no render settings. I keep the tools here, and I also, yesterday, I set these up the way I normally have these. The smart content, content library, parameters, surfaces, render settings, tool settings, but I didn't have this one. I usually have my simulation settings after the tool settings and then power poses. You know, in this content library, I use that so little that probably I could like put it down here and I wouldn't even notice it gone. I use my smart content for most everything, so I just wish that more stuff was in the smart content. Okay, so I'd like to see my renderosity stuff in my smart content. So, all right, that's going to do it. This works. And maybe this Rembrandt light. Let's go to surfaces. Let's go to parameters. What do we got here? We have color. I would say we could take this light. Where's the lumens? Down a tiny bit to 9. And we could also drop the, no, I think the temperature is good. It just seemed a little strong. Save this. And we go back to our render settings. Current, let's go to 8,000. And optimization, I guess that's good. This is all ready. Save it again, I guess. And we click on render, and we should have this very large now. Let's see. I cannot believe it. We are on. I want to reach up while this is rendering and feel this camera and see. No, it's warm. It's good and warm, but it's not that bad. No, it's not bad at all. That battery was what did it. The battery was pumping a ton of heat into the camera. He's rendering fast. So yeah. And we go and take a look at look at him up close. Very nice. Yeah. After his breast augmented surgery, we kind of fixed him, I think. See, this painted on hair doesn't look that bad. I think it's some of the best, I think it's some of the finest artwork that's been done in the Daz Studio. Somebody have to paint all that hair on. That was Jepe. Very nice work. We have it brought down enough so it just doesn't really look too, you can hardly see it on the arms, but I kind of like it that way. See, he's got this vascular stuff going on, and I turned off the, there's something going on with him, a little bit of underarm hair there. Jepe painted all that under there too. It's very nice. So, these are all smooth in here. So now his facial hair looks kind of red. Some men do that. Their beard is like full of like a mix of red and black, and then they have just black. Their body hair is a different color, And this hair, I don't know. I wasn't able to fix this hair. I don't know why. I think I made it worse. The color worse. It might have been better if I just left it with the Iray color. So, but I have a lot to learn about the Omni hair. A lot to learn. So, but I have my awesome subscribers here to learn it with. We got 11 likes. Thank you, people, for the likes. We haven't had Angus come in tonight that I know of. So I hope he's doing well. I'll call him and see how he's doing. So have a wonderful day, people. I'm going to switch over to this other computer. And we got it. We got it here. So we got it going on. And all right, I am Rex Red, and this is EZ3DTV. I will see you in the next tutorial. Thanks to Art and Anus and Ed, and we had Habib here tonight. And yes, all of you make this very special, this awesome time that we have to share and share our likes of Daz. And speaking of likes, please leave a like on this video if you find something interesting, if this was helpful. I think this video was really helpful, and we have Habib to thank us for bringing us in this direction. So, all right, I will see you in the next EZ3DTV tutorial. And again, thank you for watching, and leave comments if there's something you'd like. That's what this is about, and probably one of the next tutorials that I make will be me taking figures into Blender and seeing about some shaping tools. Maybe we could have used some of them here today on our character. Bye-bye for now. Thank you for watching. I will see you again soon. Bye-bye.